shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving. A country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, there have been no messages from His Excellency the President, no formal communication by the Speaker. We proceed to take item number 6, correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. Honourable members, the correction of votes and proceedings dated 14th day of February 2025, under consideration, page 1. Page 2. Honourable member, are you on your feet to correct the vote and proceedings? Honourable member, you are on your feet. Then, honourable member, take a seat. That's Honourable Deputy Speaker. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Yes, Honourable Deputy Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, on page 6, even though the first members absent, there's no numbering from 1 to 5. And then the member for number 1, and by extension, page 7, 11, the deputy minority leader, and then item 28, they had leave with absence, and then it was duly transmitted. So I want to draw your attention to that. The deputy minority leader, item 11 on page 7, and then item 1 on page 6. I assume it's number 1, even though it's not numbered. Thank you.
Table office, take note of the numbering and the indication that the honourable member was absent with permission. Honourable members, page 8. Page 9. Yes, Honourable Majority Whip. Prof, I'll come to you.
Okay. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, just to seek your guidance regarding the 3 separate statements that the Honourable Ministers for Tourism and Trade, as well as the Honourable Member for Ada, the First Deputy Majority Whip delivered. Mr. Speaker, even though it's in commemoration of the same event, it was captured that they were individually delivered. I thought that, even though that was how you admitted it, I thought the table office could just say a joint statement. Just for your guide, it appears repetitive for me. Yeah.
I'm not really getting the concern that you are
Okay,
raising.
3 separate statements.
Yes.
To commemorate the same event.
Yes, we are taking jointly.
Yes.
Yes.
And so I thought that it could be captured so, but it's been stated that they were separately delivered, and members got opportunity to contribute to them separately, even though the event is the same.
Well, the delivery was separate.
Yes.
But the comment was joint comment.
Jointly, yes.
So it's really not a problem the way it is captured.
Very well. Speaker, I'm guided.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honorable Professor
Honorable Speaker,
Kingsley Nyako.
this is a minor observation. It can be overlooked, but I just want us to be a bit specific. So, under item 9 statements, the last sentence, reverse the directive to protect the rights of affected citizens. I don't have any issues about that, but if you could make it a bit specific to protect the rights of the affected citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Table office, take note. Yes, Honorable Frank Afriye.
Speaker, thank you as always. I would like to, with your kind permission, invite you to page 9, item 4. I think the proper designation of Miss Comfort Doyle Kujo has not been captured per the record I have here. She is supposed to be the first Deputy Majority Whip.
You are correct.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Table office, take note. Honorable members in the app. Honorable Habib, are you on correction of vote and proceedings?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, just wanted to seek clarification on the same item he mentioned, whether the Honorable Comfort Doyo is the first Deputy Majority Whip or the second Deputy Majority Whip, because it's captured here as second Deputy Majority Whip. Just
so, Honorable Habib, that is what exactly Honorable Frank Afriye has corrected, that it should read first Deputy Majority Whip instead of second Deputy Majority Whip. And we heard him loud and clear. You didn't hear? Then we may probably have to get you a cotton bud. Thank you very much. Honourable members, in the absence of any further correction, the vote and proceedings
Speaker.
of... Yes, Honourable Kingsley Nyako.
Speaker, with respect, I need your guidance on page 10, the statement the Honourable Member for Asin North. If you come to the last sentence, it reads, he further called on the House to expedite action on the amendment to the citizenship laws of the country to enhance the participation of dual citizens to the governance framework of the country. So in the governance framework of the country. Speaker, I was not here on Friday, but I think I read a report last year where the Supreme Court ruled that there are certain positions in this country that can be occupied by persons who hold dual nationalities. The way, unless I'm wrong, you are a respected lawyer, my point is that if we say to enhance the participation, already my understanding is that that privilege is there. To enhance means that you need to promote it. But I was thinking that if my thinking is right, then why don't we make it to deepen the participation of...
To do what?
To deepen the participation of dual citizens in the governance framework of the country. Since you are a
Honorable
lawyer,
Professor
I need your guidance on that. Thank you.
Kingsley Nyako, it's just a matter of semantics.
Right, Honorable Ahiafo. Thank you very much.
Yes, and the fact that there was a judgment of the Supreme Court in respect of judges, that doesn't apply to members of parliament, ministers of state, and other key positions. So the statement is in the right directions, having regard to even Article 94 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, talking about the qualification of a member of parliament, and it will also affect Article 78 of the Constitution, talking about the qualification of you becoming a minister of state. So I believe the statement is in the right direction, so that we can take steps to amend the relevant laws to allow people with a dual citizenship to hold certain key positions in our governance structure.
Mr. Speaker, you are a lawyer of repute, and I am none. And I also know that per Article 94(2), you cannot be a member of parliament if you hold dual nationality. The way it is captured, my point is that already certain individuals with dual nationality can participate in our governance process. It is there. It is only in some instances where they cannot. But how it is couched, my understanding is that it seems that you are not going to, but already there is some form of participation in certain regard. That is my point. That was why I'm saying that it's not just to enhance it, but if we say we have to deepen it, then it underscores the fact that those who are excluded, the areas of exclusion,
Honorable Professor Kingsley Nyako,
can be brought on board.
By applying the expressio union rule, those who are not included, those who are not debarred, those who are not barred from holding a position as a dual citizen, cannot be in the contemplation of the maker of the statement in making this particular statement. So we cannot interpret the statement to include those who by law are not barred from holding the position as a result of their dual citizenship. Yes, Honorable Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, indeed, at this stage, the correction of votes and proceedings is actually in respect of matters that transpired on the floor on the day, regarding whether or not the information is accurate or not. This was the essence of the statement the honorable member made. Because I recall that, Mr. Speaker, the member for, I believe, the former chairman for Roads, introduced a constitutional amendment, and we passed it before we left, regarding status of dual citizenship holding offices in some public offices. So we can avert the mind of the honorable member to that bill that was passed by this House. Whether it's been assented to or not, I'm not aware. But regarding the correction of votes and proceedings, it was what the honorable member said. So the table office didn't make any mistake in capturing it the way they did. We can draw the honorable member's attention to that. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Honorable Majority Leader, I think I was part of the people who debated the second reading of the bill. And then it got to a consideration stage, but it was not passed.
And it got stuck. Very
Yes,
well.
it got stuck.
So
It was
Mr.
not
Speaker,
passed.
I'm guided. But my point is that the table office captured the essence of the statement the way it was made.
On
and
that
it's
note,
accurate.
on that note,
And it's
you are
accurate.
right.
Yes,
but
yes.
Professor Kingsley Nyako is trying to introduce some semantics, and based on his own interpretation. That is why we are bringing it to the fore, that the statement is talking about positions that you cannot hold by virtue of you holding a dual citizenship. And the maker of the statement is not having in contemplation positions that you can hold when you are a dual citizen. So we should limit the understanding of the statement only to positions you cannot hold by virtue of you being a dual citizen.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to your expert explanation and guidance. I began by saying that I was not here on Friday. However, I thought that the narration had a problem. But I'm happy to have been told that the right rendition is what the clerk at table had captured. And I have no problems about that. Thank you.
Honourable members, the vote and proceedings of the 18th sitting, dated Friday, 14 February 2025, as corrected, is adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honourable members, we have the official reports of Wednesday, 5th February 2025. Honourable members, any correction? Yes, Honourable Kingsley Nyako.
Honourable Speaker, thanks for indulging me. On column 9, under Mr. Ayariga, if you come with me to 7th line, he said, I assume that he was speaking on behalf of his backbench, who had raised the issue of quorum. If I remember correctly, it was Honorable Manshia South who raised the issue of quorum. And I'm thinking that if he was making reference to the person who made the application for quorum, then it should be backbencher, because it was not the entire backbench that raised or brought the application for quorum. It was an individual. So if you make it of his backbencher who had raised the issue of quorum, that is the first observation I've made. Then on column 12, the third paragraph. Mr. Speaker, I'm not against the application of Order 64, but as you can see, we have the numbers. And Mr. Speaker, if you read, they are the one insisting on quorum. If you could make it, they are the ones insisting on quorum. Then the next paragraph, Mr. First Deputy Speaker, honorable members, fortified by Order 64, marginal note, quorum in Parliament, Article 102 of the 1992 Constitution. Here it is stated 1992 of Constitution. So if we can delete the of, so it becomes 1992 Constitution. Then column 17, the Speaker, on the th line, that think that my nephew is completely out of order. If we go to our standing orders 115, how we refer to our colleague members of Parliament, honorable member for Kwadaso, honorable friend, honorable lady, honorable gentleman. My worry is my nephew, such renditions are not captured in our standing orders as to how we address our colleagues. I'm just bringing this to your attention, whether it is appropriate or we should go strictly by how we are supposed to refer to our colleagues. Then, Mr. Speaker.
So, honorable member, let's engage on the 17, the column 17, the issue regarding my nephew.
Okay.
My nephew is not known to the standing order, but that was what the member said, and that was what the Hansard has captured. The situation would have been different if a member takes an objection to it and the appropriate corrections were made. But since that was what happened on the floor of Parliament, and Hansard or the official report has captured it exactly the way it happens, the official report cannot be at fault. But I agree with you that the correct designation should not have been my nephew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your guidance. Then let me take us to column 19. Column 19, I will skip that one for some obvious reason. Let me do the last one on column 23. Because I'm using my phone, it's difficult to get to the exact 23. On line 11.
Which paragraph?
Column 23 on the 11th sentence. The record for Friday will show that instead of the news out there that we adjourned because we did not have the members. You know, at times, the Hansard department can also make some errors, and that is understandable. If you say that instead of the news, I'm not sure whether that's what the honorable member said, but in spite of the news will be more appropriate. In spite of the news is different from instead of the news. No, the point is that we've been in this chamber, and at times certain renditions by members are written differently based on what they hear. So if I see it and I bring it to the attention of members, I'm not saying that I'm right, but let us look at the context. We were in the House when Honorable Joe Sewusu ruled that even though we are talking about verbatim reportage, we must also look at the context as to whether the context will make the sentence more sensible or otherwise. So the Speaker, my duty is to bring this to our attention as to whether it is instead or in spite of.
Please do.
So I'm
Please
saying
proceed.
that instead of, it should be in spite of, because instead of is a bit weird. Look at the context and come again. Who said it doesn't matter? It matters. Context matters. Let us allow Mr. Speaker to make his judgment out of that. Thank you.
Honorable member, you are once again reminded that you address the chair. Any further corrections? Yes, Honorable Chief Whip.
Speaker, we have a provision on votes and proceedings and the correction of the Hansard. Speaker, you cannot be correcting the verbatim recording of another member. If there are typographical errors, you can do that. But words uttered by a member and recorded by Hansard as having been uttered so, another member cannot, as it were, be amending for purposes of grammatical corrections. With all due respect, Mr. Speaker, typographical errors, yes, but not, even if there are grammatical errors, Hansard says this is what the person said. So the essence of Hansard, which is the memory of the House, is supposed to capture that as it was uttered.
You see,
Verbatim. Mr.
honorable
Speaker.
members, majority, Chief Whip, you are right in the sense that whatever the member said is what the official report would capture. Sometimes, if you want to correct what the member said, it will contextually put a different meaning on what the member has said. So we need to be careful trying to correct what the member has said. If you put another word there and they play the recording, it will be different from the corrected word. So they have the opportunity of also listening to the voice of the member and capturing it the way the honorable member delivered his or her submission. So with all due respect, once that is what the member said, let's be guided accordingly.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in this case, with respect, we cannot assume that that is what the person said, unless, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that
Honorable members,
we cannot
you see,
make that assumption.
Honorable Kingsley Nyako, the difficulty was that you indicated you were not even here.
No. That was
because you were not here.
That was the votes and proceedings. This is official report, and in this case, I was here. But I'm saying that.
So you are here. Are you saying that was not what the member said?
Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making is that we'll be in this chamber where some statements contextually, and I was here when Honorable Jose Wusu said that you cannot correct verbatim report, but if the context suggests otherwise, that is different. I'm not saying that what I'm saying is right, but the context is what is suggesting otherwise. All of us, we can make comments, we can debate, but the Hazard Department in recording can make a mistake. Last week I was here when I realized that Honorable Intim Fojo, when he was making a commentary, he wanted to say for, F-O-R-E. The Hazard Department captured F-A-L-L, for, and that will indict the comment based on the context. So if you look at the context, and the person's import might not be what the Hazard Department captured. We are all human beings, and we can make mistakes when it comes to recording. That is my point. So, my honorable friend cannot tell me that understand the rules.
Honorable member, you see, what should have happened properly is that having realized that, then you can move to the honorable member who made the statement that, do you mean for or for? You understand? Then you would have cleared with the honorable member that this is what I am talking about. We would avoid a situation where the maker of the statement is saying this is what I said, and you are saying that is not correct.
I agree with you for this your direction. I agree with you. At least you brought a different perspective to how this has to be handled, and that's the essence of parliamentary democracy. You have issues, you raise them, and better understanding will help us to navigate our way better moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further corrections? Honourable members, Honourable Jerry Shaib.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the notes to be considered, I'm looking at page 108. 108.
Is it column 108?
No, page 108 of the 11th version of the parliamentary list.
Honourable members, I guess is referring to column 108.
No. Mr. Speaker, it's page 108, unless I'm not too sure. Column, very well. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the education on that one. So column 108. And if you come to about the seat line, so it's physical angle, but what we have there is physical, PH, instead of FI.
Very well.
I don't know if the table office have cited.
Very well. Table office take
Yes.
note.
And Mr. Speaker,
Table office also take note of the correction made by Professor Kinsilinyako at column 9 and 12. Yes, Honorable
Yes.
Ahmed.
Mr. Speaker, if you also come to column 109, the second paragraph is concept of says law. Say is S-A-Y, apostrophe S, says law. Says law, which states that supply creates its own demand. I don't know if you have cited it very well. And then, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if I'm minded to proceed.
Yeah, the table office take note.
Yes, and then when you come still on 109, it is demand pull, not demand push. Demand pull.
Which paragraph are you talking about?
Just, I think that would be about the 8th or 9th line.
The first paragraph?
Yes. Have you cited it, please?
Very well.
Yes. Then page 110. Sorry, column 110.
Yes.
So instead of, Mr. Speaker, just to be on the same line, I'm trying to get the paragraph, exact paragraph, but maybe the table office can help. So instead of instead of prophet, we wrote profiled. Have you captured that? Instead of prophet, P-R-O-F-F-E-R-E-D, we captured it as profiled. Please, do you have that?
Yes, Honorable. That's
And then
a grammatical spelling mistake.
Then, still on that stretch, it is macro, not micro. Macro, not micro.
Very well. Table office take note.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable members, any further correction? Honourable members, the official report of Wednesday, 5th February 2025, as corrected, represents the true record of proceedings. Honourable members, the next item on the line is statement. Are you on vote and proceedings?
Mr. Speaker, no. I just want some guidance from you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to come under Order 5.2. Mr. Speaker, I come under 5.2 because an incident happened in this house. And then you gave some directives. we all know that the front line, the first 4 seats belongs to the leadership of this House. In the event that, Mr. Speaker, any of the leaders are not available, can any of us sit in for them? Because some members are gearing up to retaliate your ruling. And Mr. Speaker, I want to get some clear guidance from you as to whether, if any of the leaders are not around during or the start of proceedings, any of us can elect to sit for the leadership. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I think the direction is that every member should speak from his seat. In the absence of the leadership, the alternative is an available leader. So in the event any of the leaders are not available, it is then that we have an available leader. But when a leader among them is available, you cannot be available leader. So in the absence of the majority leader, the deputy majority leader is there. In his absence, the majority whip is there. And in the absence, deputy whips are there. In the absence of all of them, then there will be available leader. The same thing applies to the speakership. In the absence of the speaker, the first deputy speaker is there. In the absence of the first deputy speaker and the speaker, the second deputy speaker is there. And in the absence of the speaker and the deputy speakers, then the House will elect a member to preside, and that is the member presiding. Thank you very much. Honourable members, the next item is statement. And honourable members, in doing so, there were statements delivered in this House in relation to which a direction was given that the Minister of Health be invited to come and brief the House, particularly on the outbreak of meningitis and cholera. Honorable members, the Minister of Health is in the House accordingly to brief the House. So, Honorable Minister, you are hereby invited to brief the House.
Right Honorable Speaker, I appear before you today to brief you and the people of Ghana on the ongoing outbreaks of cholera and meningitis, and more importantly, provide an update on measures being taken by government to contain the spread of these diseases. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, Ghana is currently facing outbreaks of cholera and meningitis. Additionally, a single case of human metapneumovirus has also been detected in the country. Before I go further, Mr. Speaker, I want to express my sincere gratitude to all our health workers for their unwavering dedication and resilience. In the past week, I had the privilege to interact with healthcare workers in health facilities and communities in the Upper West, Greater Accra, and Central regions. Their tireless efforts on the front lines of these outbreaks are truly commendable, and we as a nation are deeply indebted to them. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama's government, in the face of limited resources, came to office with a pledge to build a more robust healthcare system that, among other objectives, will prevent diseases and promote good health. Mr. Speaker, we remain fully committed to this, and the leadership and support for this disease outbreak in the past few weeks is a clear demonstration of government commitment. Mr. Speaker, I will now share the update on the specific diseases and the measures taken to bring the outbreaks under control. Mr. Speaker, cholera outbreak. Mr. Speaker, cholera is caused by the bacterium Vibrio cholerae. Affected individuals may experience a sudden onset of profuse watery diarrhea, often accompanied by vomiting. This can lead to rapid dehydration and further complications if not treated promptly. Mr. Speaker, the time between exposure to the bacterium and the appearance of symptoms called the incubation period ranges from 12 to 48 hours, with an average of 2 to 3 days. Mr. Speaker, cholera transmission occurs primarily through consumption of water or food contaminated with fecal matter. This contamination can happen in various ways, including, Mr. Speaker, direct contamination of drinking water, water source with sewage, consumption of raw fruit and vegetables that have been irrigated with contaminated water, poor food handling practices that allow for cross-contamination. Mr. Speaker, several factors contribute to the persistence of cholera in our communities. These include poor sanitation and hygiene practices, particularly open defecation, which unfortunately is still prevalent in many areas. Inadequate access to safe drinking water, especially rural and peri-urban communities, as well as erratic water supply, which compels people to rely on unsafe sources. The presence of street food vendors who may not adhere to proper hygiene standards. Mr. Speaker, I must put on record that the current cholera outbreak began over 5 months ago in October 2024 in Ada West in the Greater Accra region. Mr. Speaker, since the outset in October 2024, it has unfortunately spread to other districts in Greater Accra and 4 other regions, namely Central, Western, Ashanti, and Eastern regions. Mr. Speaker, as of 13 February 2025, we have recorded 6,145 cases, 719 confirmed cases, and unfortunately 49 deaths. In all 5 regions have reported cases since the outbreak began. These are Greater Accra, Central, Western, Ashanti, and Eastern regions. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that the situation is improving, with active cases now concentrated in the Central region only. Mr. Speaker, allow me to elaborate on the situation in the Central region. This region has been particularly affected by the current outbreak, with significant number of cases reported in recent weeks. The district of Agona West and Efutu have been particularly hard hit. In the past week alone, these 2 districts reported 133 cases, 23 admissions, and unfortunately 2 deaths. Despite worrying situation in the Central region, Mr. Speaker, I bring encouraging news. New cholera cases are decreasing, and the district of Agona West and Efutu, which were initially hard hit, are now showing a decline in new cases. Mr. Speaker, as of 16 February, only Central region had active cases. The region reported a total of 28 active cases on admission. Efutu, 18. Cape Coast, 6. Agona West, 4 cases. Mr. Speaker, the positive shift is a testament to the relentless effort of our health workers and partners who have been diligently implementing a robust response plan. This plan includes heightened surveillance to swiftly identify and manage cases, strengthen laboratory capacity for accurate and timely diagnosis, and environmental assessment to pinpoint and address risk factors. We have also established cholera treatment centers and are conducting public awareness campaign to educate communities. The strategic deployment of oral cholera vaccines in high-risk areas is further contributing to this positive trend. Mr. Speaker, please permit me to now highlight the measures that have been taken to respond to this outbreak in order to bring it under control. In doing this, I must add, Mr. Speaker, that the response to cholera is multi-sectorial. The Ministry of Health, in collaboration with various partners, has a comprehensive response plan in motion. The actions are as follows. Coordination. We have activated regional and district public health emergency committees in all affected regions to ensure a coordinated response. Surveillance. We have heightened surveillance in all districts with active community case search and contact tracing to identify and manage cases promptly. Laboratory. We have strengthened laboratory capacity to test and confirm suspected cases, ensuring accurate diagnosis and timely treatment. Environmental assessment. We have conducted environmental assessment in all affected districts to identify and address risk factors such as poor sanitation and water supply. Case management. We have set up a cholera treatment centers in affected districts and provided training to healthcare workers on case management and infection prevention control, risk communication, and community engagement. We have launched public awareness campaign to educate communities about cholera prevention and control measures. Vaccination. We have deployed oral cholera vaccines in high-risk areas to protect vulnerable population and prevent further spread. Permit me, Mr. Speaker, to provide additional details on cholera vaccination. Phase 1 and 2 sub-national oral cholera vaccine campaign were completed in 5 districts in the central and western regions: Awutu Senya East, Sekondu Takoradi, Efia Kwesimintim, Shama, and Ahanta West. A total of 596,205 people, representing 92.9% of the target population, were vaccinated. Subsequent to phase 1 and 2 vaccinations, OCV were approved for Accra Metro, and vaccination just ended. The period was from 14th to 17th February. As of Sunday, February 17th, a total of 370 people had been vaccinated in Ablekuma, Asedu Keteke, Okankwe, and Accra Metro areas. We have also secured approval for vaccination for Agona West and submitted an application for Efutu. Mr. Speaker, despite our efforts, we continue to face challenges in our response to the cholera outbreak. These challenges include poor sanitation and hygiene practices and limited access to safe water. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, cholera persists in our country for a reason. It persists because of a poor sanitation, including open defecation, unsafe water, and unhygienic food. As a result, Mr. Speaker, cholera requires a multi-sectorial approach in our effort to bring it under control. I use this opportunity to thank our local authorities who have been supporting the response and call on them to do more. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, in the long term, we will need to improve our sanitation situation, food and water safety, and personal hygiene to rid our environment of cholera and ensure that even when there is an outbreak, it does not have suitable conditions to facilitate spread. Now, Mr. Speaker, meningitis. Mr. Speaker, meningitis is an inflammation of the meninges, the protective membranes that surround the brain and spinal cord. It is characterized by a range of symptoms, including fever, headache, nausea, vomiting, neck stiffness, confusion, convulsions, and in severe cases, coma. Mr. Speaker, meningitis outbreaks in Ghana typically occur in the northern regions and nearby districts in the Bono and Oti regions. These areas lie within the meningitis belt of Africa, which stretches from Senegal, Gambia in the west to Ethiopia in the east. Meningitis belt experiences seasonal outbreaks during the dry and hot weather conditions, often referred to as the meningitis season. In Ghana, this meningitis season extends over the Harmattan months from October up to March. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting the following, which informs the response to the meningitis outbreak. There are a number of organisms that may cause meningitis, including virus, bacteria, etc. Some of these can be prevented by vaccination. In Ghana, 2 main types of pathogens cause outbreaks: Ministerial and Streptococcus. Based on the type of Ministerial, the population can be vaccinated. However, vaccination does not apply to Streptococcus which is the strain currently causing havoc in the Upper West region. This means that currently vaccination is not one of the measures we can use to control the ongoing outbreak. It is worth noting, Mr. Speaker, that Streptococcus is very fatal and usually starts early in the meningitis season, only to be followed by Ministerial, which is less fatal but spread wider and responds to vaccination. Mr. Speaker, I must put on record that the current meningitis outbreak in the Upper West region is rightly a cause of serious concern. This concern is not just because of the current outbreak, but because the Upper West region has consistently recorded high numbers of meningitis cases during the dry season in recent years. Mr. Speaker, in the current season, as of Sunday, 16 February, we had recorded over 129 cases and unfortunately 16 deaths, while 29 people are currently on admission. The districts most affected, Mr. Speaker, are Wa Municipal, Nandoli, Wa West, Drapa, and Nandom. Mr. Speaker, despite the substantial number of cases and unfortunate deaths, I wish to assure the House and the good people of Ghana that we have made considerable efforts to keep the outbreak under control. Our efforts are paying off, Mr. Speaker. Already, a wave of improvement is evident in the Upper West region, where new meningitis cases are decreasing. This positive change follows the Ministry of Health's swift and decisive actions, which included deploying experts to support local teams, conducting a high-level visit to assess the situation and providing support, and ensuring free treatment for all affected individuals. We also activated the Emergency Operations Center for coordinated response efforts and engaged in consultations with international experts. The mobilization of essential antibiotics and targeted public awareness campaign have further boosted our efforts controlling the outbreak. Mr. Speaker, please permit me to highlight some of the specific measures by the Ministry of Health and its partners in response to the meningitis outbreak. Deployment of experts. We have dispatched a team of experts from the national level to support the regional and district health teams in managing the outbreak. Free treatment. We have exempted all individuals affected by meningitis from paying for treatment, ensuring that everyone has access to the care they need. Emergency Operations Center. We have activated the Emergency Operations Center at the national and the regional levels to coordinate the response efforts. Coordination meetings. We are holding weekly coordination meetings with meningitis experts from the World Health Organization to ensure that our response is aligned with international best practice. Mobilization of antibiotics. We have mobilized additional antibiotics to support the regional medical stores, while ICG has also approved 10,000 vials of ceftriaxone, the antibiotics used in treating meningitis, to ensure that there is no shortage of essential medicines. Public awareness. We have launched intensive public education campaigns to raise awareness about the signs and symptoms of meningitis and encourage early reporting to health facilities. Community engagement. We have engaged with the community leaders and opinion leaders to solicit their support in raising awareness and encouraging community participation in the response. High-level visit. The minister responsible for health, myself, and the Director General of the Ghana Health Service have conducted a high-level visit to the affected communities to assess the situation and provide support. International assistance. We have also secured technical assistance from the WHO through delegation of an expert to help us improve our management of meningitis outbreak in the Upper West. Human metapneumovirus. Mr. Speaker, we have also identified a single case of human metapneumovirus, HMPV, in the country. Human metapneumovirus, HMPV,
is a respiratory virus that can cause a range of respiratory illness from mild cold-like symptoms to severe pneumonia. While it can affect people of all ages, it is most commonly seen in young children, older adults, and those with weakened immune system. In response to recent increase in respiratory cases in China and some temperate countries in December 2024, as part of our routine surveillance, we commenced testing for human metapneumovirus HMPV this year in January 2025. So far, a total of 90 samples have been selected for testing, and only one positive case has been detected for HMPV. This was detected from an elderly person. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the House that the risk of HMPV in Ghana remains low. As you can see, we have a robust surveillance system in place to monitor for respiratory viruses, including HMPV. In fact, these systems have been strengthened in recent years, particularly following the COVID-19 pandemic. We therefore assure the country that any case of HMPV will be quickly identified and managed to prevent the spread. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health is fully committed to working with our partners to control these ongoing outbreaks and to protect the health of all Ghanaians. We have implemented a range of measures to address these challenges, including strengthening surveillance to detect and track cases, providing timely and effective treatment to those affected, raising public awareness about prevention and control measures, collaborating with local and international partners to coordinate our response. In addition to these technical interventions, in line with the aspirations of His Excellency John Dramani Maham's government, I would like to emphasize that effective control of this outbreak is of utmost importance to my office. It is for this reason that in the past week alone, I joined health workers at health facilities and in communities to better appreciate the issues on the ground in order to provide more informed support. Mr. Speaker, together with my team, we have been to the following places: Upper West, Meningitis Response, the Regional Health Directorate, Warnas Palace, Nadoli District Hospital, Queens of Peace SHS, War Regional Hospital, and then in Greater Accra for the cholera response. Mamprobi Hospital, Matthias of Uganda School, Winneba Municipal Hospital, Winneba Township, Winneba Beachfront, Swadro Municipal Hospital. Mr. Speaker, at this juncture, I would like to encourage all health workers, especially those in the hard-hit districts, to support the ongoing response to the outbreak. Similarly, I would like to call on the municipal district assemblies, including local authorities responsible for water, sanitation, and food safety, to actively play their part in enforcing local bylaws, ensuring access to safe water and food, and supporting awareness creation. In addition, I also appeal to our friends in the media to support the public education and awareness some more to fully prevent any further spread of these outbreaks. Mr. Speaker, as I end, permit me to call on my fellow members of Parliament to support the local authorities and health workers to educate on our fellow countrymen and women on how to prevent these diseases and the important need to report early to the health facilities when they have symptoms suggestive of any of these diseases. This helps to prevent further spread and complications, including unfortunate loss of lives. Mr. Speaker, finally, I want to reassure the House that we are doing everything in our power to contain these outbreaks and safeguard the health of our nation. We will continue to monitor the situation closely and provide regular updates to the House and the public. Mr. Speaker, before I end, let me use this opportunity to acknowledge some of the assistance and donations some honorable members have also made in this direction. The Speaker, the Right Honorable Speaker, has made significant donations to the Upper West region in the fight against meningitis. Equally, Mr. Speaker, the Minority Leader, Honorable Apeyo Makin, has also contributed to the fight against cholera in Efutu. Thank you so very much for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, that is the briefing statement by the Honorable Minister responsible for health. Honorable members, I will open the floor for comment, but let me remind ourselves about Standing Order 91, 3, and 4. Honorable Member for Honorable Curtis, Dr. Curtis Nawani.
Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Mark Curtis Nawani. Right Honorable Speaker, mine is a question to the Minister of Health related to okay, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to acknowledge the very good work that the Minister of Health have done. The presentation is, complete and very good. In fact, he has detailed all the steps that have been taken to fight these two situations, one at the coastal area and then the other at the northern part of the country. And all throughout, we still see that if you take cholera, for example, year on upon year, we still have cholera coming. Practically every year, we have an outbreak of cholera. The only time that I still remember we did not get cholera was when we had COVID. When we had COVID, we did not get cholera that year. And that probably should give us some information. And that is, when we had COVID, we started this hand washing. Our environment was very, very clean. And so we did not get this outbreak of cholera during that year. And so I advise the Minister of Health to collaborate with the other ministries, like local government, like environment, sanitation, and technology, to collaborate with them such that we bring back this age-old, we call them tangas, or sanitary inspectors. I don't remember those who might be as old as I am, but they used to come to our houses, and when your house is not clean, they can take you to court, or they can arrest you. We should bring them back, sanitary inspectors. They are products of the School of Hygiene. And I believe that this is the time to bring a number of them and create employment for the youth of this country. And so we should do something of the sort to ensure that we keep our environment very, very clean. Apart from that, Honorable Minister, I don't know, but with meningitis, we should be very, very careful because there can be what we call nosocomial infections. That is, infection of those who are also working at the hospital. That is the staff, the nurses, and then the doctors. So they need a lot of protection. They themselves need to take very good care of themselves, and we'll make sure that we don't get the people who are taking care of the sick falling sick themselves and reducing the workforce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity, and thank you, Minister, for your good presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Nawani. Honorable Dr. Samoa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Honorable Minister for Health for his response to the three issues that was raised by members on the floor. Mr. Speaker, as we appreciate the Honorable Minister, we also want to see some trends, especially when it comes to the meningitis. I realized he talked about 100 plus issues, 16 deaths that have been recorded, and 20 plus patients that are hospitalized. So we don't know whether the number of deaths is going to increase by the end of the meningitis period. We raised this issue of the meningitis belt, and Ghana, where we are placed, we are not going to be away. So we want to see more robust approach as to how this meningitis issue will be covered. The honorable member that just spoke had talked about other ministries. I had noted here the multi-sectorial approach. If you look at what the NPP government did during the COVID time, it brought various ministries together to have a task force. And if we are dealing with cholera, which we know that is as a result of sanitation and water issues, we would have expected to see more of an approach which is bringing in the Ministry of Works, Housing and Water, the Ministry of Education. Then, of course, we have environment, EPA. We know EPA deals with some approvals and how our environment is being taken care of. So we want to see from the Honorable Minister of Health to have a very strong interministerial committee, as was put up by the NPP government during its time when we had the issue of COVID. This will be a better approach, we believe. It can help us. And in addition, Honorable Speaker, we realize that we have a huge private sector health providers, and most people tend to benefit or go to the private sector, about 52%. But how are we incorporating the private sector in our approach in terms of carrying this issue in terms of cholera, meningitis, and MVP? So we want to also see how best the private sector will be brought in. Then maybe this one I want to bring in. We have a huge backlog of health professionals staying at home. As a pharmacist by myself, we have a huge amount of backlog of health professionals staying at home, and majority of them were employed by the just gone government. We wanted to see how best we can bring in all these health professionals so we don't get them to stay home. Especially, Mr. Speaker, when you are treating this issue, you tend to have pharmacists or pharmacy technicians that are supposed to help you administer this medication. Then we have a huge backlog of pharmacists that are staying home and have not been brought on, and there are processes that the outgone government was bringing them on board. So you want to see that the minister can also take into consideration this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable member will open the floor and at least take about 4 each. But before doing that, permit me to acknowledge the presence of our pupils from Nima cluster of schools. Nima cluster of schools. We don't do that. Our revered children, we don't do that. They are led by Portia Ajankra, the Municipal Director of NCCE. They are from Ayawaso East, and the total number is 258. I believe the Member of Parliament is here. Honorable Member, the second school is Life Seed Montessori School, led by Evelyn Brustego, headmistress of the school. They are from Okaikwe North, 69 in numbers. You are welcome, and may you have a fruitful visit to Parliament of Ghana. Honorable Dr. Sandari, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I was one of those who made a statement, especially on meningitis, and you gave the directive for the minister to come before the House, and I will say that I'm very grateful, and indeed, very, very grateful to the Honorable Minister for Health for the swift response and measures taken to control these diseases. I mean, I see the situation as a test case for him, but he has demonstrated the capacity to deliver. I mean, responding to 3 major infectious diseases within a week is very commendable. So I thank the Minister for Health and his technical team for the response to cholera. And, Mr. Speaker, listening to the Speaker, to the Minister, there is hope re-emerging. When it comes to outbreaks, and therefore all the other sectors must come on board, must bring their support to ensure that these diseases are controlled. I also want to say thank you to the Right Honourable Speaker for responding with logistics worth over 300,000 Ghana cedis in terms of drugs and other logistics to the Upper West in response to the meningitis outbreak there. Likewise, National Lotteries, the NDC Upper West MP's caucus, we also responded with support of 10,000 Ghana cedis. And all those who have supported, I want to say that we are grateful. Yes, especially the Right Honourable Speaker. We are very, very grateful. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I want to add my voice to the Minister by saying that there's a need for community engagement, public education, because with all these diseases, when the patients report early, the chances of survival is good because treatments are available. But when they report late, then not much can be done to save these lives. So I encourage all patients, anybody with signs and symptoms of these diseases, whether cholera, meningitis, to report early to the nearest health facility, for medication. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Thanks to the Minister for Health, his technical team, and thanks to the Right Honourable Speaker, for coming to the aid of our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Dr. Santari. Yes, Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given me. Mr. Speaker, whilst commenting on the Honourable Minister of Health statement, I want to particularly commend you for being a pillar of encouragement for fresh women and men in this House. God bless you for that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in proceeding, the statistics show that, Mr. Speaker, there is a link between our economic status and the disease called cholera. Mr. Speaker, the statistics by the World Health Organization shows that out of the about 1.3 million to 4 million people that suffer from cholera annually, about 1.3 million of them come from Africa. Mr. Speaker, out of the between 21,000 to 143,000 people that die out of cholera annually, about 57% of them come from Africa. And so, Mr. Speaker, there is a link between development status, very respectfully, and the disease. Mr. Speaker, the learning is that education, very respectfully, reduces or increases wealth. And indeed, when we say health is wealth, then of course, the level of education should have a bearing on disease control and protection. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, I would want to pray that the Honourable Minister for Health make it his objective that during his tenure, we are going to have a robust fight against malaria, cholera, and meningitis, so that, Mr. Speaker, we free ourselves from the consequence that, Mr. Speaker, that comes with it annually. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I proceed to give the floor to Honorable Haji Aladi Ayamba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by the Minister for Health. And I really appreciate his effort in coming fast to respond to the demand for a statement and what clarity there is. Mr. Speaker, somewhere last week we discussed extensively the issue of cholera especially. Today we have gotten a lot of in-depth information on cholera and how the Ministry of Health and its associates intend to handle. Mr. Speaker, I believe that most of us, especially within the communities, and for that matter, the health sector, the community health nurses, should be involved in education about cholera. It is quite a difficult situation. Sometimes you might think that is an issue of just talking and then leaving, but it needs follow-ups. Mr. Speaker, in the villages, we shouldn't forget that there is still open defecation. And with open defecation, it goes with a lot. Flies, all types of flies. We have the green fly, we have the cheche flies, we have all of them, they just go, they run back into the houses and sit on food. When they fly back to houses and then sit on food, it is eaten without maybe even heating it. Children go to ease themselves, they come back, they eat without washing their hands, a whole lot. So we are quite aware of that. But I will also suggest to the Minister for Health, see, these community health nurses who are supposed to get to hinterlands, I made this point last week and I'll continue to make it. Transportation is a very big problem for them. Transportation is a very big problem. How long can one walk? And how many houses or communities can one visit in a week, if at all they can get the people to talk to them? So I would first of all talk about the issue of transportation for our health workers, especially the community health nurses. Secondly, we should be able to get those that in those days we used to call them sama-sama. And they are the people who would go around as early as possible to see to it that all houses are cleaned properly. Even where you put your water, they would come in and check it to make sure that the pot is clean and that you have good drinking water. We've thrown off all these people and we believe that what we are doing today is the best. Or we have grown, we have gone digital, so we don't care. We can get pipe-borne water. We need these people to help us. But I appreciate the fact that I tried to find out from the minister about free health care for those who have cholera, or where there is cholera outbreak, communities where there is cholera outbreak, and he has made it clear to me that places that are affected can have free treatment. This should go a long way. Let us get to the community radios, the radio stations, the various healthcare centers, the services, to let them understand, because most people, as we sit here, we talk, but there are people who might have not heard a word from the radio or from any other person educating that person for more than a year now. So they don't even know that it's for free. They wouldn't know, they think, I don't have money. There's little I can do. I will not be able to go to the hospital. So they remain there until when the inevitable happens. Death comes. And it is that cholera is killing us because there is a lot of ignorance. So I will say, let us get communities to give the education. Meningitis is what he mentioned, and it is going to become more serious because when it gets to March, April, the sun becomes so hot, especially in the 5 regions of the north, to the extent that many are not able to sleep in their rooms. And when that happens, and they are compelled to sleep in the room because of what? Mosquitoes. While it is hot, there are also mosquitoes. So they are compelled to go into the room. And most of the rooms in our villages do not have even windows. Even if there are windows, they will not be opened because mosquitoes will surely what? Go in. So I am suggesting that the mosquito nets that used to be given, we ensure that every household gets enough, because prevention is better than cure. We shouldn't go to a house and give it to 3 or 4 people and say, oh, we serve this house. And let us also give the education and make them understand that it is dangerous for them to sleep in large numbers inside their rooms. When we are able to do this, it will go a long way to help. The minister also made me to understand when I was asking him that with meningitis, it is free treatment. Again, we need the education. We need the message to go. We need our people to understand. We should put ourselves in it. And I think with this one, Mr. Speaker, it will help us a lot. I will appreciate and wish to tell or suggest to my colleagues here that we shouldn't leave this to be a 9-day wonder as we have discussed here. But we should take it out there and ensure that we help in the education so that at least our people will be better informed. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations and bye-bye.
Order. Honorable former Minister.
Speaker, for calling me to add my voice to the statement made by the Minister for Health. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy this issue has come back full circle to this House. Mr. Speaker, I believe that first and foremost, prevention is always better than cure. And I believe that for cholera, that is not something that is happening to Ghana the first time maybe in the last 50 years. They seem to reoccur and reoccur and reoccur. Unfortunately, when they occur, public officers bear the brunt, as if they are the people causing the problem. But from all the speakers and from literature and practice, you realize that sanitation is number one. Mr. Speaker, how can we have a country where people build houses and there are no toilets in them? How can we? How can we have people use the washrooms, don't wash their hands, and go and eat? How can we get food vendors prepare food without cooking them well or washing them well, and still blame somebody outside the vicinity? So I believe that it is time we educate our people that prevention is always better than cure. And if you actually understand what happened during the COVID period, where we didn't record any cholera cases, it was because we were practicing safe hygiene, using sanitizers, washing our hands, and all that. And I believe that we have to bring that focus back on that safety, hygienic practices again, so that Ghanaians understand that cholera can be prevented. When I was a child, what I realized was that anytime mangoes started booming in town, cholera also reared its ugly head. So ever since I was a child, anytime there was mango in town, I never eat mango. I wait for the mango to prevent cholera. And it has worked for me up till today. So I believe that this business of toilets not being in homes is something that the local government minister would have to take it on seriously. At least there should be one toilet, one family. If it's even a compound house and we have 3 different families, they should have 3 different toilets. Because we all know that public toilets are not safe. We all know. We know emergency cases in schools or maybe in lorry parks, but in communities, we should do whatever it takes to make sure that we put toilets in every home. That should be the strategy. Otherwise, we'll come back to be talking about these things all the time. Doctor also made mention of the town council people that used to come around when we were children. They call them tankers. In fact, in those days when we were kids and you hear that the tankers were coming to your area, every household got cleaned up because you know that you are going to be charged. Recently in my region, we introduced what we call the e-tankers, where we try to digitalize the tankers program. And virtually all the district assemblies, town council, we call them tankers. Town councils, yes, that's correct. We got the environmental officers to use technology to monitor homes and the rest. And we could see the trend that people were trying to come up speed. Along the line, they started using it even as propaganda. That is the regional ministers that have sent people to come and check their homes. But the fact of the matter is that cleanliness is next to godliness. And I believe that if we're able to do more of this, it will help us do better. Mr. Speaker, whilst the minister was speaking, he was very bold to thank the nurses. and I'm very happy. But we've seen a circular also sacking nurses. So I'm wondering, is he using the letter to thank them, or is really thanking them because they've done a yeoman's job? Because how can you sack people you are thanking for getting employment to help the health sector improve and sustain itself? So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this issue is as simple as ABC. We should continue to preach prevention, show people what they should do when they get it, and then attend to the health facilities. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is a fact that those who don't report within the first 24 hours of visible symptoms of cholera, especially those who are dehydrating, die. So it is always good that they go there as quickly as possible. We know ORS and the rest can be used, but if you are not careful and you don't apply it properly, you lose a lot of water and you dehydrate to the extent that sometimes we call cholera the blue death. So I believe that reporting as quickly as possible to the health facility is very important. And because most people also don't show the symptoms, Mr. Speaker, it's also very dangerous. That is why prevention is also key to this progress of this disease. On meningitis, like we all know, is basically a disease of inflammation of the brain, tissues around the brain. And it's caused by a lot of different agents. There's medicine for a lot of them, and people should report as quickly to the health facilities for checkups and for treatment so that we can save more lives and save this country. With this few words, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to add my voice.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Dr. Anaba.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Let me thank the Minister for responding so quickly to the statement made by Honorable Member Sanja last week, and the very elaborate response he has brought to Parliament that is consistent with what is expected of him as a minister and his ministry. He has elaborated how the ministry has set up so many steps from multi-sectorial approach coordination, including environmental assessment of areas that are affected, contact tracing to ensure that those who are affected do not disseminate the disease, especially the cholera cases, vaccination and training of staff. These are all commendable. In fact, I think that we would continue to treat cholera in this country for years and will never end unless the right things are done. I think that if I recollect, in October 9th, 2016, one gentleman in this country made a statement that I think that we have to go back and embrace it to end cholera in this country and some infectious diseases. The person said, no village will have water and toilet problems in our first 2 years when we are in government. I pick it back because I think that is the long-term solution that would end cholera in Ghana. If you check the whole world, Mr. Speaker, cholera is in Africa, Caribbean, and Asia. It means that there is something wrong. The serious outbreak of cholera in UK is about 300 years ago. They've not experienced it again. It's because sanitation is given priority. We've seen so much spent in sanitation in this country, yet we have typhoid, we have cholera, killing people every year, now and then. Let's continue to educate our people and treat the current acute cases. But I would call on the multi-sectorial approach the minister is talking of, that it should involve medium and long-term measures. Mr. Speaker, just like some of the contributors have said, ensure that no one should build a house without a toilet. And there should not be a public space without a toilet. No one should sell food that he has properly cooked in his house, but ironically come and sell it on top of a gutter. It shows that the fumes coming from the gutter with the typhoid, with the cholera or whatever, we are going to eat it, even though the food was properly cooked. So district assemblies should play a role in regulating this. So that of the cholera, I think we would never get it stopped if we don't take measures to implement what somebody prophesied in October 2016. Coming to the meningitis, I know they've done a good job, the Ghana Health Service, the minister, by providing free care, education to the communities, and that is ongoing. People are reporting. But one thing that is striking is that the meningitis belts, when I checked current reports, none of the countries in the meningitis belt is suffering from meningitis for the past 2 years. From Senegal to Ethiopia. And in Ghana, the pathogen that is normally causing the meningitis is not the one this time. It is a different one, which does not respond to the vaccine that is used for this particular, for the one that we know. It shows there is something, and that is why we need epidemiologists together with Ghana Health Service, the Ministry of Health, to investigate. Could it be that we are abusing antibiotics? That is why this particular strain is so virulent and causing more meningitis. Let's research into it. Because if Burkina, which has the harshest conditions of the Harmattan, this year is not experiencing meningitis, Senegal is not experiencing, Mali is not experiencing, Ethiopia is not experiencing, why should it be Ghana? And even Ghana, Upper East is not experiencing. There is something we need to investigate. And I leave that one to the minister and his team to go and look at it. Let's make sure our epidemiologists, our laboratories research into it and see whether we identify the reason why we have repeated meningitis in Ghana every year, while the meningitis belt, countries in the meningitis belt are free from it. Burkina Faso has used the vaccine that is good for the pneumococcal to work very well for them, and they have not experienced meningitis for the past 3 years. So let's research into it. I'll end here by thanking the minister for the good job, and also thank the Speaker of Parliament for his sumptuous contribution to help the people in the Upper West for the meningitis outbreak that has taken about 18 lives over there. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Anaba. Leadership.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity, and let me thank the Minister for responding to the call by this House to make a statement on this important matter affecting our people. Mr. Speaker, the Minister took us through some interventions that his ministry has made so far. But I just want to point out some few things for his further consideration. In a statement, he said that the infection rate in the central region has a foot topping, which is true. However, in terms of vaccination, his submission points to the fact that they are yet to get approval for a foot. I felt that should rather be prioritized. Because if Agona West is recording just 6 and you have 18 in the Futu and you are rather vaccinating in Agona West, you may have to look at it instead of saying that you are now seeking approval for a Futu. Then, Mr. Speaker, he again talks about the sudden rise since January of the situation in Winneba. Mr. Speaker, it is so because, you know, sometimes when there is change in power, the way our locals react, all public toilets in the Futu at the Inshona have been seized and locked. And You, the minister, fortunately you went to Winneba and you met the fisher folks at the Inshona. And that's where the problem is. So to ease themselves, and it's a problem. You know, giving history of this situation, and we know how people, if a party comes into government and somebody thinks that, let me go and lock up a toilet. When there is cholera outbreak, it doesn't know party, MPP or NDC. So I believe that that is a matter that has to be looked at critically. And I'm sure that upon that, we would be able to deal with the situation and contain it. Mr. Speaker, the minister called on local government authorities to support the ministry. It is true that to enable you function and function well, you need the support of the local government institutions led by political leaders. Mr. Speaker, fortunately, I've seen Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, the Minister of Local Government and Chieftaincy. We know that when Professor Mills of blessed memory assumed the reins of government, his policy was for those who were appointed by the Kufuor administration to continue until a smooth transition took place. That, Mr. Speaker, helped in a seamless governance at the local level, where some new appointments were made and there was a formal handing over. Unfortunately, this time around, the posture or the policy was different. Almost on the second day into the administration, all appointments were revoked. As we speak, there is no leadership at the local government.
Honorable Minority Leader, we are taking comment on the briefing of the Honorable Minister responsible for health on meningitis and cholera.
Mr. Speaker, the minister invited us to assist at the local level, and he talked about governance at the local level. I need to lay a foundation in respect of the comment. Mr. Speaker, the point is that there is no political leadership at the local government level. I am calling on the Minister of Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs to expedite the process. Because, Mr. Speaker, all the policies of government, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, the implementation agent, the implementation authority is given to the MMDC. Everything would end there. Without the MMDC, government policy cannot be implemented at the local level. As it is today, we only have the coordinating directors acting. They are unable to even call assembly meetings. So, Mr. Speaker, as part of the call by the Minister of Health, I believe that to enable him roll out these interventions effectively, the Minister of Local Government may also have to support by expediting action on the appointment of MMDCs so that together they can roll this out. Our people are suffering, Mr. Speaker. Our people are suffering. And without political leadership, it will be difficult. Second and final, he also called on support from the healthcare professionals. He, in fact, commended their industry thus far But, Mr. Speaker, the only way we can have adequate support for intervention would be to have sufficient staff levels. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the minister is aware that appointment of healthcare professionals are being revoked. He is calling for intervention. He is calling for more healthcare professionals to support. Mr. Speaker, I heard Honorable Ladi talked about the community health nurses. They are the people who undertake the education at the local level. Many of our people, yes, we speak here, but many of our people do not get the information. The basics are always handled by the community health nurses. This is a situation where community health nurses who have been employed have been given termination letters, and this is the very time that the Minister of Health need their support.
Honorable Minority Leader, I recognize the Majority Leader. Majority Leader, are you on point of order?
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Chief Whip.
The
Majority Chief Whip.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Order 1221A. Mr. Speaker, my point is that, one, there was no indication in the minister's statement that minus the MMDCs, his ministry is not making interventions. So it is mostly inaccurate for the minority leader to suggest that the absence of MMDCs is hampering and affecting remediable measures being deployed by the ministry in dealing with the problem at hand. That's one. Two, Mr. Speaker, the minority leader is on record for stating emphatically that the president need not appoint or nominate an MC for his constituency or district. He's on record to have said he has not rebutted that reportage. So today, I am surprised that he's crying for an MMDC to be appointed for a futu. Mr. Speaker, number three, there is no relevance or connection between the directive to terminate employments done by public agencies ex post facto December 7th and the remediable measures deployed by the Ministry of Health to deal with this matter. Mr. Speaker, the minister has not recounted the inadequacy of staff in dealing with the problem. So it is mischievous for the minority leader to suggest that we are in the process of terminating appointments of health personnel who have been deployed onto the field to deal with the problem. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the minority leader to avert his mind to the fact that rendering of health services is so decentralized to the very communities. So he should make his point, he should make submissions and praise the minister for the alacrity with which he has moved to deal with the problem and not to be political. I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable members, I indicated right from the beginning before giving the floor that we should be guided by Standing Order 91.3 and 4. Honorable members, let me read. A member may comment on the statement and the comment shall not provoke debate. 4. A member commenting on the statement shall not take more than 5 minutes except otherwise permitted by the Speaker. So, Honorable Minority Leader, proceed and conclude, limiting it to the briefing of the minister responsible
Speaker,
for health.
Mr. Speaker, let me make an observation first, then comply with your order. Mr. Speaker, this is the umpteenth time I have made this observation, that if we are setting a certain precedent, which is anew, I will take notes, but I know that there is always a tomorrow in this house. Mr. Speaker, my respected colleague, who I listened to in silence, made an intervention, a supposed point of order, spoke for 7 minutes. I quietly checked the time. Mr. Speaker, if there might be silence, I listen. Mr. Speaker, we are in this chamber. Members have made their contributions. I took note. I would want Honorable Akando's statement to be made available again to him. I took note. MMDCs, Honorable Akando made a call on us that the local government authority would have to be up and doing, and he needs the authorities to be in place. Mr. Speaker, all I am saying, Mr. Speaker, all I'm saying is that we need to have...
Honourable members, let there be order.
Mr. Speaker, the impatience and the intolerance must be dealt with so that we can have a very decent debate. Mr. Speaker, the point I am making is that we need to have the political heads to be in office to assist in the implementation of government policy. And I'm happy that the minister responsible for local government and chieftaincy affairs is in the chamber so that he takes it up in expediting it. Mr. Speaker, the minority chief whip in his intervention also made a point that I am on record to have said.
He's not the minority chief whip, he's the majority chief
Well,
whip.
Mr. Speaker, I slipped. You yourself called him the majority leader. You also slipped earlier. So no problem. He is the majority chief whip and not the majority leader. Neither is he the minority chief whip. Mr. Speaker, I would accord the chair with respect. Let's treat each other that way. Mr. Speaker, he said, I am on record to have said, I don't need an MC in Winneba. Mr. Speaker, it is not true. He should quote me and quote me right. This is Hansard. So when he wants to quote me, he should quote me right. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of healthcare professionals, the call by the Minister of Health was for support to healthcare professionals. And when the Honorable Ladi contributed, her contention was that we need to have more of these community health nurses because they are the people who do the direct interface to educate our people. That was a call by Honorable Ladi. And I'm adding my voice to that call by urging upon the minister to ensure that more healthcare professionals are employed. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister is aware that termination letters have been issued out to healthcare professionals who have just been employed. And I'm making a call on him that considering the fact that we need more nurses to address this matter, he should relook at the situation. Mr. Speaker, here's a situation where a member of parliament for Pusiga is calling on us to engage more community health nurses at the local level to educate our people. He expressed frustration on this meningitis thing in the north. And I also know that when it comes to preventive healthcare, we need more healthcare professionals. Mr. Speaker, in a situation where the minister needs such support to roll out government policy, it is only right and far right to call on the Honorable Minister to ensure that no healthcare professional loses a job, and that the backlog of healthcare professionals who have graduated and are at home, government ensures expedited steps in employing them. We know the budget is coming. It is a call on the Minister of Health to engage the Finance Minister to make adequate provision so that there will be clearance for more nurses and other healthcare professionals to be employed. By this, the situation will be handy because those who have been trained will be there in the communities to support our people. Our people are suffering, and he knows so. Mr. Speaker, social intervention. I support the call by Honorable Ladi, Member of Parliament for Pusiga, that there should be more social intervention like the mosquito net is talked about. Mr. Speaker, if we don't get social intervention evenly distributed and fairly given to the most vulnerable groups, Mr. Speaker, how would we be dealing with the situation as the Minister has briefed us on? We need to have a transparent system where the vulnerable in our communities will get the support. And this, I believe, if Minister is able to do, there will be relief at the local level. Let me, in conclusion, thank the Honorable Minister, who is a very respected colleague, for acknowledging my contribution in the fight against this menace, unfortunately. Suffice to state that he made a general acknowledgement. But just for the record and for Hansen, I have released a brand new pickup, which he knows, and I've also given a cash donation of 100,000 Ghana cedis, which he acknowledges. But Mr. Speaker, and also to thank him for making it to Winneba over the weekend. It was a promise he made that he would be in Winneba. He was in Winneba. And much as we hear to critique government, when the man does it well too, it is important that he is showing leadership. At least when he was there, those healthcare professionals were inspired, particularly the director of the municipal health. Dr. Paulette Brown. And I want to take this opportunity. We've been very collective. So far, all the health facilities have been made available. And Mr. Speaker, it is important that I point out that of the 21 health centers in Ifutu, 17 were constructed by me with my own pocket money. And all these facilities, yes, Mr. Speaker, the Papa Kodamti Health Center, the Akosua Village, the Penche, the Niefrem Health Facility, the Jahazi Health Facility, the Dr. Pra Health Facility, the George Kwame Kwanzaa Health Facility, and the Samuel Owusua J Health Facility. Mr. Speaker, these are health facilities are constructed and finished, and these facilities are providing support to our people. And Mr. Speaker, we will continue to serve the people and continue to rely on the Honorable Minister for his support, because there's a new children's hospital coming up. There's a new children's hospital coming up at Jenjazi. It's a 150-bed children's hospital, and it will be an intervention for both primary and secondary support facility. And I'm sure with that cooperation, in future, we will be able to address some of these things adequately. And Mr. Speaker, I would want to assure the Honorable Minister that just as we've been doing in the past, there will be cooperation. There will be cooperation to enable our people benefit. But you should remember that in terms of support to the health sector, a FUTU must get its fair share. Mr. Speaker, without more, I would like to thank you for this treasure space. God bless you.
Thank you, honorable members. Because you've brought the minister responsible for local government into the debate, I intend giving him the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, to begin with, I must take this opportunity to commend the maker of the statement, Honorable Kobna Minta Akano. In fact, having metamorphosed from ranking member on health to the minister responsible for health, he has started on a very good note. And I think everybody admires that. But Mr. Speaker, it is on record, and as the maker of the statement has stated, that the cholera outbreak was inherited from the previous administration. And Mr. Speaker, may I read for you Bulletin. Mr. Speaker, I must put on record that the current outbreak began over 5 months ago in October 2024 in Adan West in the Greater Accra region. Mr. Speaker, how do you blame the absence of MMDC from post on this? If there is cholera outbreak, it's a health problem, and you are attributing political problem for health problem. How can that be? Health issues, and you are using political solution. Oh, leave that. But Mr. Speaker, to proceed. Yes, it is true that Professor Mills, when he took the baton from the former President Kufuor, he allowed the MMDCs to be at post for over 5 months. That was a good example. But that opportunity too was eroded by his successor.
Yes.
When Nana Addo Dankwa took the baton from President Mahama on 13th January, he issued a directive and all MMDCs were to vacate posts. When they came from the swearing in, by the time they returned to their districts, their positions were vacated. Mr. Speaker, to proceed, even Nana Addo Dankwa himself, succeeding himself, all those MMDC who were perceived to be Alan, 134 of them were sacked. You are aware of this? The same administration, 134 MMDCs were sacked. So how do you blame us with this?
Thank you, leader.
But Mr. Speaker, I wanted to raise point of order to clear this. And you say you give me the opportunity to state. That's why I'm stating them. That is not the solution. Mr. Speaker, to continue, you blaming us. You are on record to have said that you ensure that no DCE is approved in your constituency.
Honourable member, conclude.
You are on record to have said that. So what are you saying? Mr. Speaker, you are record as majority leader to have said that you will not allow a DCE to be approved in the FUTU. And if you don't approve this, how will you get DCE? Meanwhile, there's cholera outbreak, and you know DCE will come and solve it. And you are saying you will not allow us to have DCE there. So you don't have you don't want the problem to be solved. Mr. Speaker, to proceed.
Honourable member, conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I was mentioned.
Honourable Minister responsible for local government, chieftaincy, and religious affairs. Conclude.
So, Mr. Speaker, why? This is a response to a majority leader's call.
Honourable Minister responsible for local government, chieftaincy, and religious affairs.
Yes.
Yes, Honourable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
I've given the floor to Honourable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, my colleagues are creating the impression that it is one Afenyo marker against 1,000 NDC. No problem. Yes. One Afenyo marking, when Afenyo marking speaks, 1,000 NDCs are on their feet. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, this is not a time for us to debate. But I believe that the Honorable Minister for Local Government has misconstrued my comments and misappreciated say. And I would respond to him with 2 points. One, the maker of the statement himself made a call on us. And Mr. Speaker, my style is always to take notes. So I took notes on all the points he raised. So I have here the need to have MMDCs in place. It was his call. Check his statement again. I am not making a political statement. He himself made a call. So I said that to the extent that you are in the chamber, take this on board. Take this on board so that you facilitate the appointment of MMDCs. Second, the issue of Akufo-Addo and all. Mr. Speaker, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo does not come in this matter. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo does not come in this matter. It is your government in office. And all we are saying is that there is a cholera outbreak, and the minister wants the local government authority to be properly constituted to take this matter up. What you are supposed to do as a local government minister is to expedite action. It's not to take issue with me. It's not to take issue with me. It's to urge on government to speed up the nomination.
Honorable members, order. Honorable, I'm watching your disorderly conduct.
We need the nominations to be done as quickly as possible, and when the nomination is done, we would be able to go through the confirmation process. As to what is happening in Winneba, Mr. Speaker, if you want to bring constituency matters to this floor, I don't think that it will be appropriate to be bringing partisan rally comments on this floor. Mr. Speaker, Ahmed knows that we have one republic. That is the Republic of Ghana.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I need to finish with respect. Honorable Defia Makwa was allowed to finish. Mr. Speaker, let me finish. He called him on a point of order against me, and I quietly listened to him. So let me conclude respectfully. I need to conclude respectfully.
Then conclude.
I will, Mr. Speaker. I will. What happens in Winneba at rally, where we say, oh, Republic of Efutu, those are, Mr. Speaker, those are matters for political excitement. Yes. Mr. Speaker, if I go and meet my local foot soldiers and I say the Republic of Efutu, when we all know by law there's one republic, is this a matter that the presiding elder of the Pentecost Church, who has now been elevated to the status of Minister of Local Government, and you know that I was part of the approval process. I was part of your approval process. Is it a matter for you to come and raise here? Mr. Speaker, what is a notorious fact is that in Efutu, all the assembly members are MPP members. Time is up. So we want you to plead with us.
Yes.
Then when you bring a good nominee, a good candidate, we are going to support you. But if you don't bring a good candidate, it will be difficult. But this is not about winning, but it's about the nation. It's a matter for the nation.
Honorable Minority Leader, please
so
conclude.
Mr. Speaker, they have to tolerate
Yes.
on this matter. Yes, I said so. That is true. Mr. Speaker, that is true.
Members,
all the assembly
please,
members are MPP members.
If you don't have the floor, resume your seat. Honorable members, sometimes out of respect to the leadership of the House, we normally don't rule them out of order. But if that is what the leadership is expecting from the chair, I will not hesitate to do so. I had the cause to admonish that the statement and the briefing made by the Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Minister responsible for health, is on cholera and meningitis, indicative of the fact that we are moving into matters not relevant to the issue at stake. What other indication can I give to a leader apart from what I have said? But when it happened, and that cue is not being taken from the guide being given by the chair, then we have to go strictly and apply the rules. In that case, the leadership must take it in good faith. Ordinarily, I was not going to recognize the minister responsible for local government, chieftaincy, and religious affairs, but his name has been mentioned multiple times. That is why I have decided to hear him. So, Honorable Minister, please conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to use this opportunity to also remind this very House that the disease we are all talking about has no political colors, and therefore it behoves on all of us to make sure that we take appropriate steps to help cure the disease. But, Mr. Speaker, it's only good to hear from the minister that the situation is improving, which means the minister and his ministry are on course. However, Mr. Speaker, there needs to be an interministerial and intersectoral approach, because in terms of sanitation, part of sanitation falls under the minister responsible for youth and minister responsible for youth, and part also falls on the minister responsible for local government. However, on the area of water, that also falls under the minister responsible for works and housing. So the four of us need to come together: the minister for health, the minister for local government, chieftaincy and religious affairs, the minister for works and housing, and the minister for environment, and the minister for youth. The five of us have a role to play. Mr. Speaker, if we play this well, we can help improve our hygiene, help improve our water, help improve our environment, and we may be able to end improving the cholera outbreak that we are talking of. So, Mr. Speaker, I must thank the maker of the statement and also fall upon this House. The President has promised about National Sanitation Day. The budget is yet to come. We must budget for it before we can implement it. The common fund, this Assembly Common Fund formula, we brought before you. Mr. Speaker, when that comes, we must make provision for sanitation. Make sure that our sanitation workers are paid. In the budget too, the sanitary inspector that you are all calling for has also been promised in our manifesto. It will be translated in the budget. So when the time for approval comes, we must take all the submissions that have been made on this floor into approving the budget. By so doing, Mr. Speaker, we may be able to help together to build Mother Ghana. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Majority Leadership. Majority Leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the statement
Speaker, with your leave, the Honorable Minister for Rules wants to provide very quick information. Oh, why? What is wrong? I have been recognized by
Honorable
the
Majority
Mr.
Whip.
Speaker.
Honorable
I am
Majority
seeking
Whip.
the leave of the Speaker. It is up to
Honorable
Speaker to
Majority
grant
Whip.
it or not to grant it.
Honorable Majority Whip.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
If the leadership, the majority leadership wants to cede to the Minister for Roads and Transport, I would allow that.
Mr. Speaker,
So-
that is not my request. With all due respect, if you may hear me, he says he has an information to give to the House.
So,
please, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Majority,
please sit down.
Honorable Majority Whip.
Please.
Honorable Majority Whip.
Why? What is wrong with you?
Honorable Majority
Mr.
Whip.
Speaker,
Majority Whip.
Mr. Speaker,
Will you listen for a minute?
I'm listening.
Yes. I know exactly what I am doing.
Very well.
I am engaging the minister in a negotiation.
Very well.
So I'm making a sign between him and myself.
Very well.
So therefore, I know exactly what I am doing.
Very well, Mr.
So,
Speaker.
Honorable Comfordoyo, you have the
Speaker,
floor.
So I yield.
Do sit down. Sit down. Please sit down. Sit down.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, I give due regard to my brother on the other side. With all due respect, he should return the courtesy. With all due respect, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable
Thank you,
Comfordoyo
Mr.
Ganza, you have the
Speaker,
floor.
for the opportunity to add my voice to the statement made by the Health Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's about time that we need to speak the truth to ourselves. Mr. Speaker, the whole statement is about cholera, and cholera this year it started from Ada. And when you want to understand what cholera means, which means somebody has eaten feces. Mr. Speaker, what brings about all those things is about sanitation. Whether we do proper sanitation. Mr. Speaker, just 2 months ago, there is a whole ministry for sanitation. And if you look at the budget for that ministry, and if you look at that budget and the sanitation doesn't go down to the people, then, Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ. We are not speaking truth to ourselves. Companies are paid for sanitation, but when you go to our villages, our other places, you can see that the containers are there and they are full, and nobody is taking care of it. Mr. Speaker, that money that we spend, especially the budget that we spend on sanitation, why don't we give it to the chiefs? And the chiefs will take care of the village and the environment. Because when you assign a chief to take care of his environment and you pay him for that, and he has the people that will do it, they will make sure that there is the whole place will be neat. Just this Sunday, I visited a village called Kwalakpoyom in my constituency. They have swept everywhere, every corner of the village is clean and neat. And if we can encourage them, Mr. Speaker, I think they will do proper work than what that telling our mothers and fathers that we have been educated and we will take care of them, we couldn't do. They will do it for themselves. Mr. Speaker, let's be honest. Eating feces is what brings cholera. Where do we get them to eat? From the insects and then flies. then vendors. Then the latest one, Mr. Speaker, which we are not watching, the bedroom. Now people are eating feces there in the bedrooms. So we should check all those areas. Because if we are not careful, we will be pointed out to the vendors. Meanwhile, they are innocent when it comes to those things. Mr. Speaker, let's revisit how we are managing sanitation. We have chiefs in every area. Even if we detail them alone, and governments issue instructions that every chief should make sure his environment is clean, we will get a solution to this problem. So we shouldn't deceive ourselves and be beating around the bush as if we are working, but we are not working. Mr. Speaker, we need to sit down and do proper planning and work around these issues well, so that we will get the right results. Village by village, every electoral area, there is assemblyman. Work with your chief, at least a small budget for the chief. Instead of leaving the budget in the ministry, that budget should go there, and let's see whether we will not get results. They have a way of burning their refuse, and they can even use it for manure in their farms. So, Mr. Speaker, the way we started it and it's not working, let's change the style now and use our traditional council, our chiefs, assembly members, and then unit committee. We have unit committee members, we are not using them because of we are not giving them small allowance to go about and work in their villages. Mr. Speaker, let's use the unit committee, the assembly members, the chiefs, so that those budgets should go to them. And let's see whether we will not get the proper results. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Before giving the floor to the Honorable Minister to wind up, I recognize Honorable Kwame Agboja on point of information.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. I am not making a contribution to the statement, though I must commend the minister and the colleagues who contributed. Mr. Speaker, in this House, we have different people with different backgrounds. In this chamber, myself and Honorable Gisela Agbochi Tete are the only architects in this House. If a colleague gets up and makes a statement, of course, if I make a statement which is borders on law and is completely inappropriate, you expect that the lawyers here ought to correct me. There's something that the respected minority leader said, that he's building a 150-bed children's hospital. Mr. Speaker, a lot of people make this mistake. It's not his fault. And this is the reason. Mr. Speaker, in our country, by the health planning standards, district hospitals are facilities with beds 60 to 120. When it gets to 120 to 400, it's a regional hospital. The fact that you can fit 100 beds into this chamber doesn't make it a district hospital. So it is important that when we are making interventions, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, the interventions of the minority leader in terms of provision of healthcare facilities is known, and colleagues have done that. But, for instance, to build a district hospital, even for 60 beds, you are getting close to almost $19 million. And it comes with 20 different departments. So when you are speaking in Parliament to make this statement and we let it go, somebody will hear that MPs are capable of building district hospitals. Why is the other MP not be able to build it? So it's important we make this. So my point is that if it will be good if the health minister, who is one of us, can one day take the opportunity to come and read out to us what are the standards of a cheap compound, a health facility, a polyclinic, a district hospital and a regional hospital. It will guide us. So when we are making the interventions, we just don't say that I build a space that can take 100 beds, so I build a district hospital. Because it's not as simple as that. That is not the information I wanted to provide.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable Minority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, let me thank Honorable Kwame Abuja for his intervention and putting the matter in the professional perspective. I don't just speak. That children's hospital, I wish you get the opportunity to visit. It was properly designed by a professional architect. Professionals are involved in the construction. It has all the departments to make it a secondary referral facility. You need to see with your eyes. Don't worry. You need to, Honorable Abuja, who also doubles as an architect. I would want to have an hour ride with you to Winneba. Winneba is just 45 minutes drive from Accra. No, at least we'll get a dispatch. He has a dispatch rider. So we can take 45 minutes. Don't worry, you don't have a dispatch rider. It's okay. I have one. We'll go with mine. Mr. Speaker, 45 minutes, you can go and see for yourself what is happening at Jane Jazi in Winneba. Mr. Speaker, I am not making a submission on the House floor out of ignorance. The professionals have indeed determined the capacity of the facility. It is not just a primary facility, it is a secondary facility. So, Mr. Speaker, I know what I am saying, that it is a 150-bed children's hospital, and it is coming from the professionals. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that clarification has to be emphasized so that he knows that indeed it is not just a district facility that I'm referring to. If it were to be a healthcare center, I would say that it's a healthcare center or a CHIPS. It is not. And it is not.
Honorable Majority Leader, a minority leader. He is raising a second part of the problem, which poses danger to all of us. Probably you have the means. Maybe you are a deputy leader, you became a leader. Therefore, what you can do, even most of the people at your back may not be able to do it. When the public begin to measure us.
Mr. Speaker, I keep saying that the precedents we are setting, let's be guided. He got up on a point of information. He said, and you granted him that special leave. As to an intervention by a member in his constituency, it is his bona fide. We know that as a fact. So it depends on your constituency and the things that you would want to do and the personal effort. We all know we come here as lawmakers, but our people don't see us as lawmakers. They see us as agents for development. So I do not think that it is right for him to now bring up the second matter. The issue he raised was that he's an architect. And as an architect, there is a certain essential qualification to designate a facility as a 150-bed facility or 60-bed facility. So he wanted to put that on.
Minority Leader, yes. Are we really agents for development?
I said our people see us as such. And practically that's the work we do. We pay school fees. We are required to build hospitals. We are required to aid in the construction of roads. So
our actions and statements should not confirm the fact that we are agents of development.
I'm saying that
we are not.
We are seen as agents of development. Although our constitutional mandate is to enact laws. But we are seen as agents of development. Therefore, we take up that extra role. Mr. Speaker, when we are campaigning, do we even talk about lawmaking? When we are campaigning, we don't tell the people I'm going to make laws for you. We tell them that we'll bring development to you. That is what we tell the people. It's a fact.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You may wind up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity to thank my colleagues for their various contributions. Mr. Speaker, as I thank them for the contributions they have made, let me put on record that a lot of misinformation has gone into the hazard, and I need to correct same. Mr. Speaker, we in the Ministry of Health have not revoked any health workers' appointment. Mr. Speaker, and they are part of the ministry, please. They fall under the Ministry of Health. So we in the Ministry of Health,
Honourable Minister, please address the chair.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, whether Ghana Health Service or any agency under the Health Ministry have not revoked anybody's appointment. Mr. Speaker, I therefore put it on record that any health professional who has gone through the right processes, who is covered by the clearance which ended on 31st December 2024 and has been posted, will never be sacked. And this is a house of record. Mr. Speaker, I was exceedingly surprised when my own good friend, the minority leader, was trying hard to link the cholera outbreak with change of government. For his information, Mr. Speaker, we started recording cases in cholera as far back in October 2024. Mr. Speaker, yes, that is the records. If you don't know, please keep quiet. That is the records. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, Mr. Speaker, in 2024, in October, DCEs and MCEs were at post. But we recorded cases. And so let us not try to politicize the disease. Mr. Speaker, again, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, he also made...
Honourable members, can we have some order?
Mr. Speaker, he also sought to clarify whether or why a FUTU has delayed in the vaccination. Mr. Speaker, the practice is that we have a certain threshold that if you get there, we then put in the request for vaccination. Although a FUTU has recorded, cases in the recent times, they go there very late. And so as and when you get there, then we put in the application. We cannot use vaccination for one area for other areas. And therefore, I can assure you that by the end of next week, we may get consignment for a FUTU. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, based on the deliberations on the floor of the House, we have all agreed that cholera is sanitation and water problems, and we all need to come on board to fight against any kind of outbreak in this country. I thank you for the opportunity.
Honourable members, let me add my voice in extending our appreciation to the minister responsible for health, for coming timeously to brief the House on the outbreak of meningitis and cholera. So, Honourable Minister, thank you so much for coming to brief the House. Honourable members, statement time. Honourable members, we have admitted statements in the name of Duko Foriata, Honourable Member for Fantiakwa South, on sustainable funding for outbreak and pandemics. Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. This is my maiden statement in the House. The subject matter is sustainable funding for outbreaks and pandemics, which is the becoming of a national disaster. Mr. Speaker, recently we have had the discussion on this floor about outbreaks and pandemics, beginning in January 2025. With a
Second
specific
Deputy Speaker
reference-
to take the chair.
with a specific reference to HMPV. The issue was first raised by our colleague, the Honourable Member for Suhum. Mr. Speaker, there is a next step or position that we as a nation must take to make sure our safety, protection, and safety of our people is a reality. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Health Service, along with the National Vaccine Institute, earlier last year and into this year, gave us assurances on the state of affairs of outbreaks and pandemics in Ghana. They have been very vigilant in doing this. In their lingua, they assured us that no unusual pathogen were in any reports from the screening scheduled across the 16 regions. We are grateful for their work. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Health in the House today has reported one case of HMPV in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the need to reassess our position as a nation on how we prepare for such matters, whether as an outbreak or a pandemic, is key. How prepared are we if there were an outbreak or pandemic of any other sort anywhere in the country? How prepared are we in research, human resource, appropriate facilities, adequate and appropriate vaccines, their supply, and most importantly, the financing? How prepared are we for education and awareness of the public? Mr. Speaker, the solution, therefore, must be in the front burner of this August House. We must support the initiative to be prepared to prevent outbreaks and pandemics and to protect the Ghanaian people at all times. To do so, we must have a funding stream for it. We must not wait till something happens, only then to scramble for financing with cap in hands as we do. Mr. Speaker, the solution is a dedicated fund to this cause, especially so in the absence of US aid funding, which was greatly beneficial to the health sector. The purpose of the new fund would be, 1, maintain financial support for disease and virus prevention activities by the Ghana Health Service, the National Vaccine Institute, and other related agencies. 2, ensure year-round preparation for prevention and combating outbreaks and pandemics identified by Ghana Health Service and its related agencies. And 3, to assure and ensure continued research into the prevention mechanisms, including education and awareness and vaccine manufacturing. Mr. Speaker, our responsibility as lawmakers and representatives of the people, especially those of Fantiakwa South, is first and foremost to ensure their well-being and safety. That is why they have employed us to this August House. Mr. Speaker, the nation must be ahead in matters of this nature at all times. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
But you are not here yet.
Very well. Honourable members, our brother from Fantiakwa has raised a very fundamental issue regarding funding. So we are
maker of the statement. On the 21st of January, I raised a statement on HMPV. And I rise to support the statement that has been made by the Honorable Member for Fantiakwa South, that the state should have alternative source of funding to be able to curb some of these diseases. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes. Yes, Honorable Member for...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by my colleague on the setting up of an emergency health fund. Mr. Speaker, one indication on how we are prepared to take up emergencies in this country is what my colleague is suggesting. The good thing is that we are aware that emergencies will always come, but we never know when the emergencies will come. And as a country, we do not have any source of funding to fall on other than the consolidated fund to deal with emergencies. The call for the setting up of an emergency fund hasn't started today. I do recall that there was an opportunity in this House when we suggested that the COVID levy that was placed on Ghanaians, we should think about an opportunity to change the COVID levy into a fund so that would be used to finance emergencies in this country. That will be used to finance emergencies. We have to go back to the drawing board and look at how we are going to set up a fund. Several of these have come up even in legislation. The other time I had the opportunity to comment on the setting up of a fund for the Mental Health Authority. That did not find expression. Again, we questioned the minister, the then Minister for Health, and he indicated that they were working the technicalities and then other details to see how they could establish the Mental Health Authority Fund. But as a fact, we will always deal with emergencies. And when emergencies come and we are not prepared for them, especially with funding and logistics, we'll be firefighting. And it's a good call. And I think that we should look at this thing dispassionately and think of setting up a fund to deal with health emergencies. Today, we are talking about meningitis as well as cholera. One of the challenges in fighting meningitis, particularly in my constituency, is that we have logistical constraints and funding constraints. We are aware that virtually every year around October, we'll have meningitis in the Upper West region. And my constituency is usually hardest hit. As I speak to you, in week 2 of the meningitis, my constituency, 5 people had died. Out of 30 cases, the case fatality was about 17%. But the District Health Authority did not have the adequate logistics to go around and do the education. We need logistics. And we usually wait until we are midway through the emergency and then we are pouring in logistics. But if we plan adequately, we know that by October, these emergencies will occur. The outbreaks will occur. And we deploy the logistics. They will need the lumbar puncture needles to be able to extract the samples to go for the testing, to understand that it is medications. Even logistics such as fuel, and then for people to go around the communities and be able to educate the people on the emergencies and outbreaks, it's a challenge. So we are waiting and depending on the mainstream funding that goes to these health facilities and the authorities to be able to deal with this. So I think that's a good call, and I think that is something we should pay attention to. Such that in this country, beyond the statutory funds that we have a fund dedicated to fighting emergencies because we know that health emergencies are with us and they will always come. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable James Agaga.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to draw this House's attention to the existence of a fund, a disaster management fund, established under the National Disaster Management Organization Act 2016. We have not paid particular attention to the existence of that particular fund, Mr. Speaker. In fact, when the COVID-19 pandemic broke, a special fund was created. Donations were received. I do recall that at the time, I made it known that it was unnecessary for that particular fund to have been established, because already in existence is a National Disaster Fund established under Section 38 of the NADMO Act 2016. And with your kind permission, Mr. Speaker, I would like to refer you to Section 38 of the said law. 37 reads as follows. There is established by this Act a National Disaster Management Fund. And then 38 talks about the objects of the fund. One says the object of the fund is to provide finances for the development and operation of disaster prevention, disaster risk reduction, climate change risk reduction, and other disaster management programs. To achieve the object of the fund, the monies from the fund shall be applied to relevant activities determined by the Council. Mr. Speaker, most importantly,
how is that fund related to outbreak of pandemics? Because I think the fund we are talking about is generic, but this one is talking about pandemic. And the previous contributor was relating it to COVID fund. COVID fund was more or less specific. So how do you relate the specific pandemics to the NADMO laws?
Mr. Speaker, the mandate of NADMO is very broad. Now, a pandemic is also a disaster. So, the COVID pandemic was a disaster. And so, the mandate of NADMO is broad enough to cover all those exigencies. So that is why I argued at the time the COVID fund was established, inaugurated by the president, that it was unnecessary. Because if they had taken particular notice of what we ourselves, this House, created under Section 37 of the NADMO law, we wouldn't have found it necessary to establish such an ad hoc fund. This is statutory. And the source of funding for this particular fund includes 3% of the District Assembly's Common Fund. We draw 3% from the District Assembly Common Fund as a source for that particular fund. Then you have donations, contributions from the public, etc., etc. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a fund for the management of disasters, which includes pandemics such as cholera, CSM, COVID, etc., etc. But the fund itself is starved because payments are not made regularly into the fund. The former NADMO Director General is here with us. I can't see him today, but Mr. Speaker, if you talk to him, he will tell you. ever since we established this fund, deductions were made from the District Assembly Common Fund on only 2 occasions, amounting to about 21 million Ghana cedis only. We filed several questions in this House directed at the Finance Minister at the time to respond and give us indication as to why deductions were not made as prescribed under the Act. The same applies to the establishment of disaster-related committees. When the Akosombo Dam was spilled, Mr. Speaker, an interministerial committee was hurriedly set up. But if you look at the NADMO law, such a committee already exists. An interministerial committee for dealing with all kinds of disasters. So, Mr. Speaker, maybe it's high time to take stock of the laws we have passed in this House and implement them, rather than taking ad hoc measures when we are confronted with challenges. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, we will revisit statement. Let me hold on and invite leadership to intervene. So, Majority Leader, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's a motion advertised as number 13 on today's order paper. Mr. Speaker, you will know that under Article 124 of the Constitution, the Parliamentary Service is required to be established as public service, one of the public services of Ghana, and it is supposed to have a board, Parliamentary Service Board, under 1242. And if you look at 1242B, there are 4 other members of the board who shall be appointed by the Speaker, acting in accordance with the advice of a committee of Parliament. So this constitutional provision mandates that this House establishes a committee of Parliament to advise the Speaker in composing the membership of the Parliamentary Service Board. So, Speaker, pursuant to this constitutional provision, I move that this House approves the membership of a committee to advise the Speaker on the appointment of 4 other members of the Parliamentary Service Board. Mr. Speaker, the proposed members of the board include myself, Mahama Ayarga, my colleague, the Minority Leader, Honorable Alexander Afenyo-Markin, my Deputy, Honorable Kweku Rikits-Hagan, the Deputy Minority Leader, Honorable Patricia Apiaje, and the MP for Kaswa, Honorable Phyllis Na Koyo Okuno. Mr. Speaker, these are the 5 people that we are proposing, 3 from this side and 2 on the other side, to advise the Speaker in order to enable him constitute the Parliamentary Service Board pursuant to Article 124, Clause 2B of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Thank you very much, Honourable Leader of the House. Now, let me invite the Minority Leader to second the motion.
Mr. Speaker, nothing useful to add, save that the other honourable lady that Honourable Majority Leader proposed for the MP for Kaswa have been, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure he meant the member for Ewutu Senya East. Yes, East. Of course, the capital of the constituency, without doubt, is Kaswa. So, with that, I want to second his motion without any further point. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable members, the motion has been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration. Yes, Honourable James Agaga.
Mr. Speaker, I think the exercise is statutory in nature. Names have been proposed. All the names proposed are worthy of note. And so we support the motion. Without much ado, thank you for the opportunity.
Very well. So, yes, Honorable Member for Kwada, so Professor Nyako.
Honorable Speaker, as the Honorable Member just said, these are distinguished members of this House, at least the ones that I know, and I think that is a step in the right direction. However, I'm surprised because during the 8th Parliament, I realized that some of the members came from outside Parliament. So, came outside Parliament. So,
Honorable Nyako, I'm not cutting you short. It's a different thing. They are now going to approve those members. These are the committee that
to do that
is going to
they are
advise
fantastic
Speaker.
Individuals, brilliant and intelligent, and I support them 120%. Thank you.
Well. Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member for New Yaben South.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank for the opportunity again. I think the proposal made by the Honorable Majority Leader is something that we all have to embrace, and I guess nobody can confidently say that these noble men and women has no reputation. Only one woman, or two women. Okay, sorry. I thought that was, thanks for the correction. So then, we fully support the proposal made by the Honorable Majority Leader, and I call on the House to approve the committee. Thanks so much for the opportunity.
I'll take the last one from Afejato.
Speaker, I'm exceedingly grateful, and I think that the record speaks for itself. These are men and women of caliber, substance, and timber. Their footprints are well known and highly respected. And with this, I wish to fully second the motion. Thank you very much.
Did you say substance and timber?
Yes.
Well. Very good expression. Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion listed 13 in today's order paper, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is hereby carried. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, further to statements are made in respect of some actions at the residence of the former Finance Minister, Mr. Kenoforiata. There were comments.
Honorable respected Minority Leader, are you coming under Order 93.1?
That is so, rightly so, sir.
Okay, and I understand you've conferred with your
That is so.
Very well. Okay.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, so again, fortified by Order 93.1, I rise to bring to your attention that as a result of the issue I raised on the floor, which led to further comments and all that, Mr. Speaker, I had given assurances to the House that in the interests of democracy and the rule of law, and to assure the nation that this side of the House will do all it can to ensure that the member, the Honorable Kenoforiata, avails himself to attend upon the OSP. Indeed, I pursued it, I engaged him extensively, and his lawyers, Mr. Speaker, in a letter dated today, the 18th of February 2025, have written to the OSP And for the avoidance of doubt, I shall read the content aloud. It's addressed to the Special Prosecutor, our redirection to attend the Office of Special Prosecutor. It reads, we acknowledge receipt of your letter dated the 17th of February 2025. We respectfully indicate that our client's post-mark date for his return cannot be any time before 6 to 8 weeks after the possible surgical intervention in March stated in the Mayo Clinic letter. Our client hopes that taking into account the surgery dated the 20th to 21st of March and recuperation period, he should be able to back to this jurisdiction between 14th May and 30th May 2025. We hope you find this date reasonable and same can guide your office in fixing a date for the in-person attendance of our client to your office for investigation. Having clarified the purpose and length of our client's absence,
Leader.
we hope that the tag of a
Leader.
wanted person...
Hold on, please. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what the Minority Leader is doing is conveying a communication from the lawyers of Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta to this House. Mr. Speaker, the rules of this House are clear on communications. If you go to Order 65, it is clear on communications to the House. Who qualifies to communicate to the House and who qualifies to convey the communication to the House? They are clearly spelled out in Order 65, and I think that what he's attempting to do is to convey a communication by the lawyers of Ken Ofori-Atta to this House, which is clearly wrong. Mr. Speaker, it is clearly wrong to attempt to be the conveyor of communication from Ken Ofori-Atta's lawyers to this House. I think that it is not acceptable, and we cannot accept communication from the lawyers of Ken Ofori-Atta to this House. He is not a member of this House. He is not a Minister of State. And so there's no basis for this House to be receiving communication from the lawyers of Ken Ofori-Atta. We haven't summoned him before any of our committees. He is not to appear before a committee. We are not investigating him. So on what basis is his lawyers communicating to us when he will come to Ghana and when he will not come to Ghana? So, Mr. Speaker, there is no basis for the communication to this House of the whereabouts of Ken Ofori-Atta. And he is not qualified to convey that message to this House. And this House cannot properly receive that message. So I object to that communication being made to this House about the whereabouts of Ofori-Atta and when he will come to Ghana. I think the matter is between him and the Office of Special Prosecutor. Let him deal with them. This House is not interested in when he will come and when he will not come. So I object to this communication being made. He can step outside and organize a press conference and tell the whole country what Ken Ofori-Atta is saying, but not to this House. So, Mr. Speaker, our orders are very clear. I object. I object.
Well, I understand he conferred with you. Probably didn't get to know the details of it, but that's the understanding.
Mr. Speaker, I agree to the terms of his objection. I wanted to do what we call elucidation, but when it comes to the jurisprudence of the House, I think he's a champion. I won't take his title from him. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the gravamen of my submission basically is to say that pursuant to the matters that I raised on the floor, and then indeed, Mr. Speaker, again, I stood in the dispatch box to give assurance to the nation that I was engaging the man. So I was basically informing this House again that indeed the right thing has been done, the communication has been made, and I only felt that I should at least bring to the fore the content of that. But, Mr. Speaker, I agree with him. I just want to rest my case by reiterating that further to my assurance, the gentleman would be in the jurisdiction in the appointed time as communicated to the special prosecutor for the in-person interview. However, he again assures his countrymen and women that should it be that they would need him via technology, he would also be available. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because this matter came to the floor. This matter came to the floor, and we discussed it at length. So the majority leader, if you don't want me to tender the letter, that's fine. I agree with you. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. But just to re-echo my point, to assure you and to assure the special prosecutor that the man would come into the jurisdiction to avail himself for investigation and all other things that the special prosecutor may require of him.
So,
thank you very much.
Fine. I believe we could have done it in such a way that
I only wanted, as lawyers, would always be asked that lay a foundation. But it's okay. I'm not litigating it. I've still addressed the matter. It's because I assured the House in the dispatch box. So, Mr. Speaker, I just end it.
Very well.
Yes.
Very well. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, just for our understanding of the practice, the procedure,
yes,
and what we can do in this House. Mr. Speaker, if you go to our standing orders, independent constitutional bodies defined, it says that independent constitutional bodies include the Electoral Commission, Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, National Commission for Civic Education, National Media Commission, Office of the Administrator of the District Assembly's Common Fund, Office of the Auditor General, Bank of Ghana, and other bodies established to have exclusive jurisdiction in the performance of assigned functions. Just for our education, the Office of Special Prosecutor is established and conferred with exclusive jurisdiction to deal with certain assigned functions. Then you come to Order 121 of our standing orders, and it says that audience to a head of an independent constitutional body. The head of an independent constitutional body may be summoned or granted audience at Committee of the Whole to brief the House on a matter of national importance. And then the head of an independent constitutional body shall not participate in debate at plenary. So there is a framework. If you really want this matter to come before this House, it can come by way of we summoning the special prosecutor to this House. And then we can ask him questions about the matter, where the matter has reached. And if you want to engage him, you can engage him at that level. So I'm not saying that nothing about it can happen, but there are procedures. And so that's why I'm urging you that if you want to really do that, go through those laid down procedures, but you don't have capacity to be conveying communications to this House.
Thank you very, very well. Honourable members, we learn each day. I think it's good that we are having this. Yes, let me listen to Medina.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe that as a matter of practice and also procedure, once the Honourable Minority Leader has accepted the objection in the terms within it came from the Majority Leader, it would be appropriate that I will pray, Mr. Speaker, to expunge from the records of Parliament and to expunge from the Hansard the part of the letter that was earlier read. Particularly, yes, actually it's void ab initio. And so, Mr. Speaker, I pray that Mr. Speaker would order that that part of the record be expunged from the record. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I was so magnanimous to even extend the invitation to you. After the leaders have spoken, I think that could have been concluded. So the matter has been concluded. So let's move on to our statement. Let me invite Minister. I beg of you. I beg of you. I'll give you another time. Let me invite a member from Ahanta West constituency. Ahanta West, are you ready to read your statement? Is there? You are not ready to read your statement. Okay, you want to do that today? Yes, leader.
I was told tomorrow, but I can do it today. It's okay.
Very well. I believe you have shared the statement with your colleagues so that they will be able to contribute at the end of the...
Yes, some of my colleagues have it.
Very well. Minority leader is confirming that he has shared. So let's hear you.
Okay. Yes, I did. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My statement is addressing sanitation issues in Ghana and then my constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for this opportunity to address this august House on a matter of utmost national significance, sanitation issues, homelessness, and the proliferation of slums remain critical challenges, undermining the health, dignity, and economic potential of our citizens, particularly the youth. It is essential that we adopt a comprehensive approach to tackling these issues, utilizing existing laws, formulating new ones, and engaging innovative strategies to develop sustainable solutions, whilst leveraging on same to create meaningful employment opportunities for our youth. Mr. Speaker, the state of sanitation in Ghana continues to be a source of grave concern. According to the 2021 Population and Housing Census by the Ghana Statistical Service, only 51.4% of urban households have their solid waste collected, leaving 48.6% without access to such services. This lack of access often leads to improper waste disposal methods. Additionally, 65.9% of urban households have access to household toilet facilities, meaning 34.1% are deprived of this essential service. It is worthy of note that approximately 17.22% of urban dwellers practice open defecation. In fact, a more recent survey by the Ghana Statistical Service of February 2024 puts the percentage at 25% of households in Ghana practicing open defecation. This situation is even dire in rural areas, where the lack of provision of safe sanitation facilities is more pronounced. In 2017, the government launched a national sanitation campaign through Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources to address the country's sanitation challenges. Mr. Speaker, government-led initiatives such as this should ordinarily translate into formidable achievements or outcomes. But cast your eyes around, and it is almost as if we never did anything at all. Despite the invaluable time and resource expended on this initiative, we continue to grapple with these same unsustainable, unproductive, and unhealthy situations of sanitation in the country. Perhaps a very good example of how not to tackle these issues of sanitation of a country. It goes without saying that after 67 years of independence, one thing that profoundly highlights the urgent need for very rigorous efforts to improve waste management infrastructure and policies would be that, as at March 2023, only a paltry 25 of households in Ghana have access to basic, safe sanitation infrastructure. The recent cholera outbreak in Ghana has had a devastating impact, particularly in my constituency, Ahanta West. Between October and December 2024, 345 of my people were affected, and sadly, 4 lives were lost. Communities that depend on fishing, such as Ajwa, Funko, Amanfro, Disco, and others, facing significant challenges, including lack of waste management, limited access to clean drinking water, and inadequate public toilets. In towns like Agunan Kwanta, Abra, and Aponwa, improper waste disposal is rampant, with refuse being dumped in areas like Damete, Miemia, and the Aponwa Cemetery. This not only creates severe environmental risks, but also poses a serious threat to public health. Unfortunately, despite the urgency of these issues, both duty bearers and citizens alike seem nonchalant about it. These sanitation issues do not only impact negatively on our health and general well-being as people, it also tarnishes our image internationally, hinders the growth of tourism in my constituency, as well as stifles the economic potential of Ahanta West. Mr. Speaker, I note that the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources has had some budgetary allocations over the years towards addressing nation's sanitation challenges. From the Ministry of Finance Budget Statement 2020 to 2023, the ministry was allocated 360 million Ghana cedis in 2020, 362 million Ghana cedis in 2021, 360 million Ghana cedis in 2022, and 374 million Ghana cedis in 2023, including a steady increase of funding, indicating a steady increase of funding. Notwithstanding, our sanitation does not appear to be improving, highlighting the need for more targeted and effective utilization of resources to achieve meaningful outcomes. Mr. Speaker, any approach to solving sanitation challenges without carefully considering homelessness, streetism, and slum proliferation will not succeed. I'm afraid we cannot win the sanitation war until we purposefully and pragmatically begin to tackle homelessness, streetism, and slum proliferation in the urban and peri-urban communities as a nation. It is not lost on us that inadequate housing across the country, economic hardship, unemployment, poverty, rapid rural-urban migration, etc., have all contributed to the expansion of slums, homelessness, and streetism, giving rise to improper and indiscriminate waste disposal practices and the poor sanitation situation we have on our hands. We cannot continue to downplay the severity of this challenge, seeing the danger it poses to our survival as people. To effectively address these, I propose the following measures. 1, national dialogue on rural-urban migration and economic empowerment. There should be such government-led national dialogue once a year, involving all stakeholders, which include civil society organizations, chiefs, clergy, academia, business community, state institutions. Members' dialogue would crystallize or help to bring to the fore the real causative factors of rural-urban migration and propose immediate practical and pragmatic solutions towards stemming it and promote economic empowerment in rural areas. 2, deliberate housing and urbanization strategy for rural communities. This strategy should see the provision of decent, low-cost housing with basic social amenities on hire purchase for rural community dwellers. 3, national drive on proper waste segregation and disposal. There must be an educational and enforcement campaign on proper waste segregation and disposal. This will immediately give a boost to and expand the waste recycling and collection industry, thereby creating job opportunities for our teeming unemployed youth and keeping our environment clean and healthy. 4, public-private partnerships. Collaborate with the private sector to mobilize resource and expertise for large-scale sanitation infrastructure projects, ensuring efficiency and sustainability. 5, strengthening enforcement of sanitation laws. District assemblies and all relevant agencies must strictly enforce the existing sanitation laws and regulations and apply in the event of any violations. 6, youth employment in sanitation services. Encourage the youth to consider the business opportunities inherent in sanitation management industry. 7, provision of labeled litter bins at the public spaces. This should serve as a clear signal of a new era where indiscriminate waste disposal shall not be countenanced. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, addressing the sanitation challenge as occasioned by improper waste disposal practices, homelessness, and slum proliferation, etc., obvious and sustained efforts by duty bearers and public alike, with education, enforcement of existing laws, investing in infrastructure, and economically empowering our youth, our people, wherever they are, we can achieve a cleaner Ghana. Let us commit to these measures and work together to transform our urban and rural landscapes for the betterment of all citizens. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. From Ahanta to Kwesimentim. So you'll be the first person to comment. I'll come to you. From Kwesimentim, I'll come to you.
Oh, he's rather fear. Yes. So when he heard Kwesimentim, he had to stand up. Please
anyway,
sit down.
But are you ready to comment? Okay, let me deal with Efia, then I come to Mintim.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I need you to comment on the statement ably made by my sister from Hunter West on sanitation and its situation and effect in this country. Right Honorable Speaker, the data regarding sanitation situation in Ghana is very alarming. From just about 25% of our people having access to basic services, to over 57% of our population sharing public services, to the extent that almost 20% of our population still go into open defecation in this country in 2025 is very worrying and alarming. The issue about our sanitation, Right Honorable Speaker, we've had ministries set up, Ministry of Water, Ministry of Sanitation, and yet we've never been able to address properly the issue of sanitation in this country. When you take our water situation in Ghana, the adverse effect of Galamsey has affected our water resources to the extent that even the Ghana Water Company's ability to treat water and make it affordable and accessible to Ghana is under threat. I visited my sister's constituency this weekend. I had an invitation to Discove to participate in an inauguration of a reverend minister. And between Aguna Nkwanta and Disco, I had this alarming situation where bushfires or burning of trash was ongoing at some areas. And when you look at the electricity poles and the wires around and the burning of bushfire around the area, I was very concerned. Because if there should be a fire outbreak along that stretch, you can imagine when fire services would be called upon to get into that community and quench those fires. And all of these are threats to our sanitation situation in this country. Mr. Speaker, I would wish that we take a serious look at some of the recommendations. I would like to add to some of the recommendations made by my sister that we embark on education and raise awareness on the devastating effect of sanitation concerns in this country. The waste that we make in this country, where do they go to? How well have we concerned ourselves in encouraging recycling of waste in this country? This morning, watching CNN, a country, I missed that country, but they've been able to decompose or work on their waste management to the extent that the power that is generated out of it is able to power over 165,000 households. And yet in this country, we are generating waste and waste and waste, and there's no end to how well we are going to recycle the waste. So I think we should be looking towards recycling of waste. And then finally, the issue about open defecation. I think we need to have a national discourse. And I call upon the Minister for Water, Sanitation and all to come to this House with appropriate policy direction on how to end open defecation in this country. Because it is very bad, it is un-Ghanaian, and we should be able to bring solution to some of these matters. Without much more, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to commend my lady from Ahanta West for this issue that has been brought to the floor of the House. And I think that we all as members of Parliament should speak and make sure that sanitation situation improve in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I promise question team. So let me hear you.
I'm very grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. First, I would want to humbly commend my sister for making the statement. Respectfully, Mr. Speaker, I would want to add to the recommendations made, especially reiterating the point on education. I have always believed that if we are able to educate ourselves, especially if sanitation education is carried out in the schools, we would be able to have that idea imbued in the minds of the children. Respectfully, Mr. Speaker, you could see that in our culture, in our tradition, what happens is that children believe that anything that is not good should be thrown into the gutter. We don't segregate it, that wastewater should go into the gutter and solid ones should go somewhere. We put all, it is not good, put it in the gutter. So if we educate ourselves, indoctrinate ourselves, because health is everything, and sanitation is the basis for improving the health of the people. I had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to meet with the heads of the various departments in my constituency, question meeting yesterday, to prepare ourselves for the upcoming rains. And respectfully, Mr. Speaker, it will baffle you that whatever came out from the engineers was about choked gutters, which needed to be desilted. Huge sums of money would have to be used in desilting those gutters. Mr. Speaker, also, I am of the humble view that there should also be that symbiotic relationship between the chiefs, assemblies, assemblymen, and the youth leaders of the various communities to tell themselves that we are going to live in a community that is free of filth. I am happy that my sister dovetailed the fact about people walking around. Any person who loiters litters, those who loiter litter. So we should be able to curb that, especially providing the opportunity for our youth who live in slums, providing jobs for them, even using them to solve the same sanitation problem while we pay them. Trying as much as possible to make them see that if we put ourselves in that situation of helping solve the problem of sanitation, we should live, or we would live a healthy life. Also, I will humbly suggest that government should be able, and I'm happy that we had the youth manifesto, the NDC had the youth manifesto where many things were outlined, and ensuring sanitation, using it to employ many youths also came up there. I will just implore the minister over there to ensure that whatever was written in that manifesto is carried out for the betterment of ourselves, to ensure that we live in a healthy environment, and also use it to provide job avenues for the youth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, let's try to be brief so that we could get other members to also contribute. Yes, offense enough.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity, and also to appreciate the maker of the statement regarding sanitation. Honorable Speaker, if you come to my constituency of Offensive North, it has grown to the extent that the major towns in Offensive North, Afrancho, Akumadan, and Nkinkeso, had majority of their refuse dumping place located at the center of the main towns. Honorable Speaker, when it rains, it's an eyesore. And I think it's a high time that we can create more jobs by relocating this refuse dump to a far place. Of course, in addition, we can turn this waste into energy generation. So as we are thanking the maker of the statement, we believe that the local government ministry, in collaboration with the Housing Works Ministry, can come out with a strategy and a plan so that we can make sure all these major refuse dumping places are not seen within the main towns, where when it rains, it tends to choke all the gutters and leads to other issues. Then, in addition, as we are talking about sanitation, one major issue that tends to cause more disease is health waste management. With health waste, one can look at both infectious waste and non-infectious waste. And many a times, how do we see our hospitals and our healthcare facilities managing this waste? If not properly managed, it tends to cause more diseases than we expect. So as we are looking at sanitation issue, we should not only consider what is happening within our communities, which we know is a major problem, but in addition, we should have a critical look at health waste management, which has led to a lot of diseases across the country. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Well, yes, let me come to Salaga South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, let me start by commending my honorable colleague for such a deep statement, all-encompassing. She touched about almost everything that relates to the main subject matter of sanitation. And I think that she deserves to be highly commended. Mr. Speaker, in the chamber this morning, we started with sanitation, the environment, and health, thanks to a statement by the Honorable Minority Leader, which necessitated the presence of the Honorable Health Minister to throw some light on the current outbreak of cholera and meningitis in the country. And in every single contribution, we touched on the issue of the environment and sanitation. So we could as well maybe declare today the Day of Sanitation in the Parliament of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, sanitation becomes the center stage of our very livelihoods. We cannot continue as a human race without paying attention to our environment and sanitation. I've heard speaker over speaker reiterate the importance of education and how the society must be educated on managing sanitation, waste disposal, and their attendant challenges. But, Mr. Speaker, one thing I haven't heard is that it all starts with us. No one can educate us better than our own environment. The home, where you and I are parents, where you and I are guardians, must be the starting point of this education and orientation towards proper hygienic and sanitation practices. And I say this, Mr. Speaker, because washing of the hand, is something that should just come to us naturally, depending on how we were taught to do it at home. No teacher can force us to wash our hands, because how long do we stay in the school? All of us stay more time at home than anywhere else. So if we start at home and we teach our children proper hygienic practices, as parents, as adults in the house, we undertake proper waste disposal, that becomes the experience of the children. And that is how the children will live their lives by. Mr. Speaker, I insist that it starts with us. In this Parliament, Mr. Speaker, our washrooms are areas that we should be paying attention to before we can go and tell anyone else how to manage hygiene and sanitation in their various places. Our washrooms are the sinks are either broken, or sometimes when it's beyond 4 p.m. and you go there, the water is not flowing. I have had occasion to buy water from the canteen to go and wash my hands. Sometimes there is no soap. This is where it starts. And this is where we then have the authority to tell the health minister, to tell the Minister of Environment, the Minister for Water and Sanitation, that this is how you grow a society in an effort to keep everybody well, first of all, and secondly, to reduce the health bill. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to charge all of us in this room that we make it a priority to ensure that we practice good hygiene from here, pass it on to our children and dependents, and the multiplying effect is the larger society out there. Mr. Speaker, the rains are coming. And in my constituency of Salagasa, already, there is no water. Now, without running water, without potable water, how do you insist that people must wash their hands? Open drains, open gutters have become the place where refuse and waste is dumped, especially when it starts to rain. As soon as it starts to rain, everybody brings the waste from their homes and dumps them into the gutter. So no matter the number of times you dissolve the gutter will always be choked. And Mr. Speaker, once again, it starts from us. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes. It's now the turn of Akwetia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of addressing sanitation in this country is one that requires a comprehensive approach that involves the government, NGOs, the communities themselves, and companies. Mr. Speaker, we've been talking about reducing open defecations in certain communities. But the question that mostly we need to avert our minds to is that whether there's been access to these sanitation facilities that people are refusing to use them. So one major issue that we need to address is to increase access to sanitation and toilet facilities. By increasing access to sanitation and toilet facilities, basically we'll end up reducing this open defecation. So this is where we urge NGOs and companies and other organizations to augment what government is doing or what successive governments have done in the past so as to be able to eliminate this entirely. Mr. Speaker, solid waste disposal or management has also been a problem to us in this country. Throughout my campaign in Akwetia constituency, there are certain communities that their basic request to me throughout the campaign was for me to provide the containers for disposal of waste. So the problem is the people actually want to do the right thing, but even where to put their waste is a problem to them. So even when the containers are not available for them to dispose their waste, what do we expect them to do? So various entities and assemblies and organizations that are responsible for providing these container bins for disposal must also be up to the task and make sure that these containers are available in the communities to assist. Then, Mr. Speaker, increasingly we are losing our communal sense as well. We are becoming too individualistic in this country. So most of the time, people are concerned with basically what happens and what they can actually afford. When you come to where I live, we have challenges as well, but because maybe I can afford and pay to these Aboboya and other people that randomly comes out to pick my bin, I, as well as most of the people in my community, are not much concerned about what is happening to the others. This is where I urge all of us to be very communal-minded so that increasingly we will speak to ourselves, urge ourselves to help in such communal labors and organizing such communal labors to eliminate such waste issues that confront us in our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes. Is that your maiden statement? Yeah, let me hear you. I want to encourage those people. Yes, let me hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my maiden statement that I'm going to comment on. And I am very, very happy to you, Mr. Speaker. And I won't forget this day because this is going to be my first time I'm clearing my throat in Parliament. I want to commend the maker of the statement. She talked about sanitation, and we all know sanitation is very, very important because it is about everyday's life. What I can say is that sanitation, when we are talking about sanitation, the role or the major role we play is about the disposal of urine and feces. This morning has been about cholera. We can give different definitions to cholera. Different scholars might have different definitions, but the simple truth is that cholera means you are eating someone's feces. That is the plain truth. Today, you are eating somebody's feces by either taking in water, eating food that contains the cholera bacteria. That is how you contract it. We all understand how and the pain you go through when you contract cholera and the way it can cause life-threatening watery diarrhea and vomiting. But the question is, are we educating our people enough? The education that we are giving, is it adequate? That is the question. Are we telling our people that we can prevent it in a way? That is a question we are yet to answer. But I can tell you that when we educate our people that drinking more water, and safe one, of course, can prevent cholera. By taking in either boiled water, filtered water, or natural mineral water, which goes through the reverse osmosis, it can prevent cholera drastically. What I will add is that, how do we go to toilet in Ghana? Is it all of us that are having access to proper toilet facilities? No. How do we get rid of our poop? That is a problem. So education must go in and go in very well so that we can do away with cholera, just like the way we've been talking about it since morning. But I will talk about it and add that waste management is the way to go. Either personal hygiene, community hygiene. And what I want to say, I don't know how many might feel, but the two parties are all guilty of it, is that we don't try to decentralize our waste management system. We'll be having a single company in Ghana managing every district's waste. That is a problem. So to me, I will advise and plead with the House so that we look into it and try to decentralize it so that even if we have companies in the districts that will be managing the district waste, it will be better than centralizing it for one company to manage it in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I once again want to say thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to clear my throat, and I will always be grateful for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, we will take another statement. We have two more statements to take. Don't worry, you've spoken this morning.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the understanding. And congratulations to all those who were praying for me. But not bye-bye yet, because I haven't finished. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me also congratulate the lady. The issue of sanitation has long been discussed, and is year in, year out. We continuously talk about it. We have had talks on having cleaner cities and cleaner towns. That has not happened. We still hope for the best. But when it comes to items or things that cause much disaster, Mr. Speaker, we need to be looking at the plastics that are being used. Mr. Speaker, it's an eyesore. When you go to our beaches and then you just look at the water and the way the sea continuously brings back the plastics, it's a shame, and yet we continue to throw plastics in it. We need to also make efforts to ensure that even where plastics are gathered, bottles, paper, there should be separation. Mr. Speaker, in this country, we have someone who is supposed to be taking care of our sanitation problems in all the districts, with loads of monies being paid directly to that company, and yet we see very little. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to re-look at that issue. But let me come to homelessness. When you go out there, I don't know, but I think we have so much to do. And I would plead with the Ministry for Gender to look into that issue. The children are so many. Even if they are not Ghanaians, let us find a way of handling the issue of homelessness. And those that are Ghanaians, let us also try to find a way of finding their relatives. And not only that, some of them that have got mental problems. Mr. Speaker, those with mental problems need to be supported. Please. Now, the slums, you hear about fire outbreaks, and when you get there, it's because it's a slum that so many kiosks and what have you are burnt. Can we look at that issue and ensure that even if there is an issue of fire outbreak, and then our fire service people go there to support, they are able to get into and put off fire, because it's becoming too much. Mr. Speaker, I think that you have done me a favor. I'm grateful. And then I will congratulate especially my brothers and sisters on the other side who always want to hear from me that congratulations to them and bye-bye.
Well, please, I'll get you the opportunity to comment on other statements. So let me invite Honorable Member for Asin Akroso. Asin Akroso Manson Constituency, Honorable George Kwame Aboaje.
Thank you.
Also make his statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, please, it's Asane, not Asin, Asane Akroso Manson.
Is it one town?
No, Asane is one town. Akroso is another town.
Okay, then it should be Asane, Akroso, and okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a statement on electric cooking and promoting clean cooking solutions in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, energy drives all human activities. World leaders have committed to sustainable clean energy for all. The use of electric appliances, has also referred to as e-cooking devices, present a practical, sustainable solution for achieving universal access to clean cooking facilities by 2030. Over 3.8 million people a year die prematurely from illness attributed to the household energy pollution caused by the inefficient use of solid fuels and kerosene for cooking, most of which are women and children, though there have been numerous advancements and progressive development in e-cooking. The concept is yet to gain widespread popularity in Ghana as per Verbatim and Sapon, 2023 and 2020. A meager proportion of Ghana's population, that less than 2% employ e-cooking. Mr. Speaker, the International Energy Agency reports that 2.6 billion individuals depend on solid biomass for their cooking needs, despite its severe health consequences. Approximately 87% of households in Ghana still rely on solid fuels, such as biomass, as their primary cooking fuel. This exposes them to smoke and open fires. Smoke produced from indoor biomass cooking has been linked to acute respiratory illness, cataract, heart diseases, and cancer. Exposure to smoke impacts over 20 million people, leading to over 4,700 fatalities in children and more than 6,500 deaths each year. It also contributes to forest degradation, climate change, and biodiversity loss. Mr. Speaker, e-cooking is a sustainable alternative for housing and has the potential to address the issues associated with unclean fuel alternatives. According to research, electric cooking methods can be financially efficient and have positive impact on humans and the environment. When comparing wood-based cooking, it is evident that e-cooking equipment has a relatively low marginal cost of energy. E-cookers also offer higher efficiency and reduced energy expenditures. Clean cooking has positive impact on the climate. Ghana's forests will be safeguarded from further degradation and reduce black carbon emissions, contributing to global climate goals. Reducing indoor air pollution could prevent millions of premature deaths, particularly among women and children, and this will improve health massively. Mr. Speaker, The advancement of e-cooking in Ghana is largely the responsibility of the government in order to meet global objective of clean cooking by 2030. Several measures should be taken into consideration by the government and policymakers to achieve this goal. They depend on shifting governance patterns, building new coalitions, public-private actors, and integrating cooking into energy planning to accelerate e-cooking. Mr. Speaker, incentives by offering tax credits and subsidies could lower the cost of e-cooking appliances for households while also encouraging sustainable value for suppliers. Enhancing accessibility. Improve accessibility to e-cooking in remote areas through off-grid solar power systems. Photovoltaic technologies are experiencing a significant decrease in cost and can serve as a dual strategy to enhance the rate of rural electrification and increase the share of renewable energy within the generation mix. Mr. Speaker, research and development also can enhance the research and development of photovoltaic-based stoves to expedite their adoption and utilization. Public awareness, Mr. Speaker, also promotes demand and supply channels by raising awareness through various channels, including education, programs, and public campaigns. This will help individuals make informed decisions about their cooking practices. On bill finance and pay-as-you-go models, Mr. Speaker, it can also provide on-bill financing mechanisms that enable electricity service providers to sell appliances on credit to their existing customers. Alternatively, appliances with lock-in mechanism can be implemented for pay-as-you-go business models to reach lower-income consumers. Initiate small-scale renewable energy projects in Ghana, which can consist of solar and wind power generation, battery storage, and distribution system. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, e-cooking has the potential to significantly improve public health, reduce environmental degradation, and stimulate economic growth in Ghana. However, to achieve widespread adoption, it is essential to address challenges such as affordability, infrastructure, and cultural practices. With the right government policies, financial mechanisms, and public awareness efforts, e-cooking can be an effective solution to the country's cooking needs and help achieve the global goal of universal access to clean cooking by 2030. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for asking across Manso. Honorable members, the statement on electric cooking and promoting clean cooking solutions. So I will now invite comments. Yes, Honorable Member for Forikrum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to comment on the statement ably made by the Honorable Member. E-cooking is an important field that we should look at today as we all embrace the SDG goals, especially SDG Goal 7, which is on affordable and clean energy. Quite interestingly, Mr. Speaker, we've made inroads in supporting our rural areas to embrace e-cooking by providing access to cleaner energy. But then we've not been able to develop as fast as we can because of cost. And when I talk about cost, I'm talking about the cost of LPG. This is because there's little infrastructure. We've not developed so much infrastructure in LPG. Apart from that, we import almost all our LPG, about 90% of our LPG, into the country. And there are factors such as Forex that affects the price of LPG on our market. And based on that, it limits the patronage of LPG within our rural areas, and it has then limited it to just the urban cities. As urbanization continues, what happens is people who have higher incomes tend to e-cooking and clean energies, but then those in the rural areas still are limited to using biomass like wood and other things to cook. It's alarming that still in Ghana we have 80% of our population using biomass. And I believe if we support the cylinder recirculation model very well, where people will have access to LPG in our rural areas, this will support the quest for e-cooking. Mr. Speaker, I also reiterate that the Ministry of Energy today, which has become the Ministry of Energy and Green Transitions, will support this cause by helping the private sector to be able to invest more infrastructure in providing LPG, affordable LPG for our rural areas. Apart from that, the ministry should also put in place policies that will help to be able to bring down the cost of pricing for our various energies within the country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and also thank for the maker of this statement. Mr. Speaker, like he's saying, efficiency of the cooking or the climate change about what the statement the maker was saying. Mr. Speaker, we all know that it's not all that easy to come by this energy that you are talking about. Mr. Speaker, if you go to most of our rural areas, we always fall on our charcoal, which also causes the climate change. But Mr. Speaker, it's not also common to get this gas and then cylinders to use it. So before we can make it efficient, we should also try and get this gas and cylinders close to our people. It's also expensive to get this gas. Sometimes there's shortage in the system. And due to that, it's not easy to get it. So definitely our people or our rural areas folks will definitely fall on this charcoal and then be using it. That will be the only way. So before this can solve, then you should make them available so that people can get them, and then also make it less cost for them to get it. That will be the best way to help them. And also there should be a laws that we can make it to avoid this kind of charcoal burning whilst we are getting the gas and then the cylinders to them, so that they can use it and be free. If not, we definitely go by this charcoal without this cooking. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, we thank the maker of the speaker. We should make things available to our people to make it closer to them, efficient, and then cost effective for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me come to you, my brother.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Emmanuel Kwekubwam, Pro-East. Yes, I want to thank the maker of this statement, but I'm quick to add that.
Excuse me, Pro-East?
Yeah.
That is EAG?
Yes, please.
So you okay? That's where Dr. Kwabra Donko used to be.
Yes, please.
Very well. Let me hear you.
All right. Okay. Thank you. I'm quick to add that, yes, in as much as we advocate for the use of electric cooking amenities, we are also mindful of the already, let me say, endangered power issues we have. But what I would have loved to add quickly is we should look at other means of cooking that are friendly to our environment. So the Ministry of Energy and the Green Transition will be much interested in this issue, and I believe very well he's taking cue in some of these things. Fortunately for us as a country, we are positioned in a way that we can easily transition if only we take keen interest in what is going on around us in the world. When you look at the green transition, it's basically about taking advantage of our carbon policies and how we can reduce carbon in the environment. And these are most issues where the international market is looking up to us. And I believe in the speakers, in the majority leaders' message on how to get pensions and others for parliamentarians, he made a very resounding point on how we can use carbon credit to do something of that nature. Carbon credit doesn't come only in one bucket. In fact, it comes as a result of all other areas, including cooking. Because we know that even in our villages, most people use charcoal. They use firewood. So if we have people who are able to come up with inventions or are able to come up with things that will help us reduce the intake of charcoal or reduce the use of charcoal in cooking, then these are all things that we can actually embrace so that we can transition gradually to the electronic cooking. But for now, we should look at these opportunities available to us. I believe a lot of people have invested their technology and a lot more into, for instance, if somebody is cooking with about a bag of charcoal for a week or a month, and somebody is able to invent a cooking, let me say, a coal pot that is able to help you use the same charcoal of one bag to cook for like 6 months. It means that gradually we are transitioning. Instead of having to burn a lot of trees to get one bag of charcoal to be used in 1 month, this time round, we are not depending on that. We are rather using it for 6 months. So this is what we call energy transition. And gradually, when we pay attention to some of these things, we believe that, one, the country is going to make a lot of exchanges, a lot of money when it comes to carbon credit. And much especially when we want to talk of these green gases, we have to also make sure that the ministry responsible for some of these things, they all come together to work. As it stands now, we have the Ministry of Environment, who is keen interest maker of these things when it comes to carbon credit. And when we look at the Ministry of Energy, Environment, all these ministries come together. We believe that when we get a few of these sections of the policy or a few sections of people to work within a ministry, it will also become very easy for people who have had knowledge in trying to transfer and then help us transition gradually to the electronic cooking. I think it will help us as a country. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for this opportunity, and thank you once again to the honorable member for the statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we bring statement to a close? You want to contribute leadership? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, it's not about contribution. It's about my statement that has been admitted. The one on food bridges.
The one on
food bridges.
I don't
and
have,
it's actually been loaded on the machine.
I don't have it here.
Mr. Speaker, I can share my copy with you.
Oh, okay. Okay, so.
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
Well. So let's hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a statement by me on the impact of pedestrian footbridges, impact on road safety and failure of road users in effectively utilizing pedestrian footbridges in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I rise to address a critical issue that continues to affect road safety in our beloved nation, Ghana, particularly in our urban areas. Mr. Speaker, this issue concerns the provision of pedestrian footbridges, their impact on road safety, and the unfortunate failure of some members of the public to use or to make use of these vital infrastructure elements. Mr. Speaker, pedestrian footbridges were introduced in Ghana as part of the government's efforts to ensure the safety of pedestrians, particularly in high traffic areas. These footbridges serve as safe passageways over busy roads, protecting pedestrians from the dangers of crossing busy highways where vehicles travel at high speeds. Mr. Speaker, despite the significant investments made in the construction of these footbridges, we continue to witness a disturbing trend where pedestrians often, for reasons of convenience or impatience, fail to utilize these footbridges. Mr. Speaker, this failure to use the footbridges not only jeopardizes the safety of individuals, but also results in the loss of lives and also serious injuries. It is an undeniable fact that Ghana, like many other nations, continues to grapple with alarming statistics regarding pedestrian accidents, and this is directly linked to the failure of some citizens to utilize the footbridges provided for their safety. Mr. Speaker, the implications for road safety are dire. Accidents involving pedestrians who attempt to cross the roads at non-designated points often result in fatalities. Mr. Speaker, it is particularly worrying that many of these incidents could have been avoided if pedestrians simply adhered to the safer option of using the footbridges. While the government has made significant strides in providing pedestrian footbridges, such as the ones located in major cities like Accra, Kumasi, and Takoradi, the issue of non-compliance continues to undermine the intended safety benefits of these structures. And we are very much aware of the notorious ones, especially in Sanitation and Medina. Mr. Speaker, public education campaigns are crucial to changing this behavior, but it is also important that we look into enforcing the use of these footbridges through more effective means. And Mr. Speaker, I recommend the following means. Mr. Speaker, I propose that we adopt a multi-pronged approach together with the Ministry of Roads and Highways, the Road Safety Authority, and the Motor Traffic and Transport Directorate of the Ghana Police Service to tackle the issue as follows. First of all, we need to consider seriously public awareness campaigns. We need to step up public education efforts through mass media, community outreach, and educational programs in schools. Pedestrians must be made aware of the dangers of jaywalking and the importance of using footbridges for their own safety. Mr. Speaker, the second is to enforce road safety regulations. It is critical that we implement stronger enforcement of traffic laws, particularly those related to pedestrian safety. This can include the use of fines for pedestrians who fail to use footbridges and for drivers who disregard pedestrian safety. Design and accessibility improvements. That's the third recommendation, Mr. Speaker. We must also ensure that the footbridges are designed and constructed in ways that they are accessible to all, including the elderly persons and persons with disabilities and children. Adequate lighting and signage should be placed around these structures to encourage their use, especially during the night. And we also are very much aware that most of these footbridges have become markets or extensions of markets. Mr. Speaker, We also need the collaboration with traffic authorities, and that's my final recommendation, that we must work closely with the Ghana Police Service and the National Road Safety Authority to monitor pedestrian behavior and ensure compliance. Traffic wardens stroke officers under the Youth Employment Agency, the YEA, and community police assistants should be stationed in high-risk areas to guide and educate pedestrians, particularly during peak hours. Mr. Speaker, we must remember that road safety is a shared responsibility. While the government continues to invest in infrastructure, it is equally important that we all take responsibility for our actions. The failure of pedestrians to use footbridges is not just an individual issue, but a societal one that impacts on the well-being of all Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, I humbly call on the Minister of Roads and Highways to take a critical look at the ongoing footbridge construction in my constituency at Tetegu. In the Wejagbawe constituency, emphasis placed, to see to its completion and for its commission and use by pedestrians. And Mr. Speaker, emphasis is also again on use by pedestrians, because we have oftentimes seen pedestrians running across highways without even looking at their left and right before doing so. Mr. Speaker, we pray that we work together as government, road safety authorities, citizens, to ensure that these footbridges, which were designed or are designed for our safety, serve their intended purpose. It is only through collective effort that we can reduce the number of avoidable pedestrian accidents and fatalities on our roads. Let's save lives, let's save everyone. Let us have a safety road and a safety environment. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for allowing me to make this statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Sozubo, let him begin with you, who are the immediate minister responsible for roads and highways.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to commend the maker of the statement, Honorable Jerry Ahmed Shaibu, for these insightful talks regarding the issue of footbridges and their impact on road safety in the country. Mr. Speaker, as a former Minister for Roads and Highways, and also as a planner, I am acutely aware of the challenges that we face regarding the use of footbridges and pedestrian safety in our country. In fact, pedestrian fatalities is one of the main causes, issues associated with road accidents and road death in our country. In fact, studies indicate that 40% or over 40% of road accidents are associated with pedestrians. In fact, it is for this reason why the successive government, especially the last administration at the Ministry of Roads and Highways, emphasized that construction of footbridges become integral parts of the major highways, especially the trunk roads linking major cities in high-volume areas. So, Mr. Speaker, if you recall, currently, if you look at Accra-Tema motorway rehabilitation, reconstruction, there are a lot of footbridges as part of the design. If you look at Kaswa, Winneba Road, there are a lot of footbridges. If you look at Adenta Dodowa, Anua Kwanta, Ahema Kokobin, and many of these trunk roads that are being constructed, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, just like the maker of the statement mentioned, the effectiveness of these footbridges, these structures, are hugely undermined because pedestrians decide not to use these footbridges. And studies have indicated that many pedestrians do not find these footbridges convenient, and as a result, they decide not to use. Also, some of the footbridges are, the length of the footbridges are too much for them, especially the steepness, and therefore they find a way of avoiding it. Many of these footbridges do not also have lights and security measures. In fact, there are reports of criminal activities along these footbridges. Therefore, pedestrians don't find it attractive to patronize and use them. But, Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement went ahead to put across very important measures to address these challenges. Amongst them, of course, is the public education by the National Road Safety Authority, which is very important, and also making sure that the police enforce all laws associated with road safety and the use of these footbridges. There's one that I want to mention, but I want to dwell on that, is the issue of design, which I'll call design optimization. It is important that we make these footbridges user-friendly, create shorter access points, and also provide, make provision for people with disabilities. When you make it friendly, then it will be attractive for people to use. Mr. Speaker, I also want to re-echo the point made by the maker of the statement regarding the footbridge at Tetegu. I worked on it when I was a minister, and I know it's very important. The new administration is to work hard to expedite the process of completion, and indeed make sure that you complete all these footbridges that have been started, that were started by the previous administration, so that you can ensure enhanced pedestrian safety. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I'd like to say that while infrastructure development is essential, its success largely depends on public cooperation and adherence to safety measures. Let us all help in protecting the lives of citizens by making sure that we have enhanced safety measures on our roads. With these few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I want to once again thank the maker of the statement.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And let me first and foremost also thank my honorable colleague for bringing this important statement to this floor. Mr. Speaker, you will realize that before successive governments will construct a footbridge in any part of our road, there will be that understanding that several people have lost their lives on that part of the road. And so after the construction of the footbridge, governments will also construct either a strong wall or in some cases a kind of a wired mesh to support or to prevent pedestrians, and to that extent encourage road users or pedestrians to make good use of the footbridge. But notwithstanding all this, pedestrians will ignore it and either jump across the walls or find means and ways, cut off the mesh or whatever that is there to prevent them from using the footbridge and still walk across the road at their own peril. Mr. Speaker, the maker of this statement spoke about gay walking. And Mr. Speaker, it will be interesting to note that both our Road Traffic Act and LI 2180 have made it an offense for gay walking. It appears that our law enforcement agencies does not pay attention to this. And if you slap somebody, you are likely to be detained in police custody, or you find yourself before our law courts the next moment. However, this law on gay walking is very clear, very punishable. And if you care to know, I don't think from the time that this Honorable House made it an offense, that if you engage in gay walking in any part of our street is an offense, whether one person has ever been prosecuted to that effect. And so my emphasis on this statement is that the best way that we can achieve so much as far as the prevention of deaths on our roads is concerned is to educate the public and make sure that our security agencies begin to enforce this aspect of our law, that is gay walking, by making sure that people are taken to court, and where possible, maybe this House can review the punishment on gay walking and make it a bit minimal, so that at least the more they are able to continuously take them to the law courts and ensure that they are fined, it will go a long way to encourage people to use the footbridges and then reduce the level of carnage as far as pedestrians are concerned on our street. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to add my voice as far as this subject matter is concerned. Thank you very much.
Yes, let me go here. Honorable Member for Suhuma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity, and I thank the maker of the statement for bringing this jaywalking menace to the fore. Mr. Speaker, in fact, I use the Adenta-Legon Road every day, and it is so sickening that I remember when these foot bridges were not there, citizens from Shiashi, Medina, Adenta organized countless demonstrations that they needed the footbridges. So it forced government to construct these footbridges. Now these footbridges have been constructed, and pedestrians still go back to their old ways. I think that apart from employing education and the security agencies in curbing this attitude, our engineers should also look at a way to redesign the footbridges so that certain structures that will prevent pedestrians from jaywalking can be incorporated in the bridges, so this jaywalking can be prevented. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Have you spoken before? Okay, let me give you the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me take this opportunity to thank the maker of the statement. The issue of footbridge, when it comes to my constituency, is a major problem. The road construction between Ofanko to Nsawam has a lot of footbridges that are supposed to be constructed. But since December, it looks as if the contractor has abandoned the construction works on that road. There are children who live on one side of the road and happen to attend school on the other side of the road. It's become very difficult. Early in the morning, you see kids trying to scale the concrete walls that have been built to divide the road to try and get to school.
You are the MP for Amasaman?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a plea to the sector minister to try and get in touch with the road contractor who is in charge of the construction of Fankor in Sawam Road to try and speed up the work. When it rains, the condition on that road is so bad. And when there's no rain, the issue of dust is a problem. So we'll plead with the sector minister to try and see this matter as an urgent matter so the contractor can get back on the road and get this thing taken care of. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Very well. So you use the statement to call on the minister to... Yes, Honorable Member for Tafo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me congratulate my brother, the Honorable Ahmed, for this wonderful statement on this floor. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, let me indicate that there is a legal underpinning as far as the footbridges are concerned and how they are supposed to be used, whether they are also punitive measures and what have you to it. If you check the Road Traffic Regulations 2012, that is the LI 2180, it makes it mandatory for pedestrians to use footbridges that have been provided at designated sections of highways to prevent road crashes. So, Speaker, it is interesting to note that when you check the same LI 15410, it also indicates that failure to be able to use these footbridges amounts to an offense, and you are supposed to be punished for that. Until recently, I used to use the La Paz main road very well. Mr. Speaker, if you see the disregard that pedestrians give to some of these rules as far as the footbridges are concerned, it's an eyesore. My brother, the Honorable Jerry Ahmed, mentioned about 4 things that we can do to make sure that we can deal with this challenge. One thing that I want to add is that this challenge will have to be dealt with by the various municipal and district assemblies. They are supposed to be capacitated. They are supposed to take optimum interest in dealing with some of these issues, especially because when there are accidents, normally the people who have their properties and their other things being destroyed are people living in their own communities, people living in their own districts and municipalities. And so if the district assemblies and the municipals do not take keen interest as to how some of these public awareness will have to be done, for them to know that failure to obey these rules, these laws under the Road Safety Authority can lead to an offense that may be punishable whether by imprisonment or, if you like, a fine. In the absence of that, I do not see how we are going to deal with this issue. And so I am adding to the points that were made by the Honorable Jerry Ahmed that the municipal assemblies, the district assemblies should take keen interest in dealing with this menace. Mr. Speaker, one key thing that I may also want to mention is respect to design and accessibility improvement. It is also very key because how these footbridges, or if you like, highways have been designed and constructed in ways that are accessible to all, especially to people who are disabled, is also very key. Because if you check the one that is at La Paz, clearly it is not friendly to disabled. And so it becomes very difficult for persons who are living with disability to be able to ply some of these footbridges. And so, Mr. Speaker, without adding much, I want to send a strong signal to the municipal assemblies to take keen interest in dealing with footbridges and the challenges that comes with it. Thank you so much for the opportunity granted me.
Obviously, let me give it to the lady. Yes, Professor Yensu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for allowing me to make...
Oh, you are leaving?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for allowing me to make a comment on this statement on footbridges. First, I'd like to commend the maker of the statement in bringing up this very important topic. Mr. Speaker, when you look at footbridges in Ghana, I think that jaywalking, we need to do public education on jaywalking. But the real issue is, I believe, is the design of the footbridges. Oftentimes, the footbridges are not in the right place. They are not in the area where there's heavy traffic. And secondly, they are too complicated. When you look at the Medina Adenta footbridge, it's almost
Hold on.
as
Are
if...
you speaking from your own experience or from the public, the way public are speaking?
I'm speaking
Mind
from...
you, these are done by experts.
Mr. Speaker, I believe I'm calling an expert to re-look at design. And I'm also calling an expert to re-look at construction. And that is why I'm making that specific statement. So if we re-look at design, I believe that will make the footbridges less complicated. So that one, the handicapped people will be able to access these footbridges. Two, that these footbridges will actually be in places where there's serious heavy traffic so that people will not be forced to jaywalk. Mr. Speaker, I truly believe that there should be public education on jaywalking, but I also believe that sometimes design can also push maybe attitudes or attitudinal changes so that we can use the design to change attitudes. And that is what I'm talking about, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend the maker of the statement again, and I would also like to call on the Minister for Roads to also look at, in Isikado Ketan constituency, to look at the Kojokrom Bridge. It's been a bridge that has been in existence since the colonial days. It is on a major highway. There is no footpath to that bridge, and so there's a lot of accidents on the road. So I'd like to take this unique opportunity to call on the Minister of Roads and Highways to really look at the Kojokrom Bridge and see if we can give them a footpath to prevent the major accidents and morbidity and mortality that is happening on that road. Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to have this, make this statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me come to you, Surveyor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity. Let me also thank my colleague Ahmed Shai for a statement ably made. First of all, let me say that the issue about the jaywalking, as an engineer, I would not agree that we have not designed at places that there are heavy traffic. A lot of things go into the design of these structures. People believe that everywhere there's a bus stop, there should be a footbridge. And it will be too difficult and too clumsy for us engineers to consider these issues. And people also believe that just by the bus stop, it should be there. Sometimes we give space for people to walk a little bit before they can use the footbridges. It's unfortunate that, like my colleague from Suhum said, there were a lot of demonstrations on this Adenta stretch of the road when the road was being constructed and there were no footbridges. But as soon as they were constructed, we still saw a lot of people crossing over and be hit by vehicles, resulting in fatalities. I'm sure that if we can just take a little bit of our time in considering our life and hazards that are associated with this jaywalking, I'm sure we'll be more considerate in the acts we take in crossing the road. It's unfortunate that after investing so much, the maker of the statement said, Mr. Speaker, we must, I think the second to last paragraph, Mr. Speaker, we must remember that road safety is a shared responsibility. While the government continues to invest in infrastructure,
it's equally important that we all take responsibility for our actions. It's true that we invest so much in getting these things done, but after it's done, it becomes a home for the destitute and also for hawkers who rather will use the footbridges as marketplaces. Sometimes it discourages people from meandering their way through all these hawkers on the bridges, and it forces them to rather use the roads themselves. And so we should have to educate, like all of us are saying, the public to know that the footbridges, we have invested so much in it for their use and comfort. Another issue that plagues us is with these Okada riders. On the bridges in Sogakope, Sokwe, Tefles, and all other environs, we have a lot of issues with knockdowns on these bridges. Sometimes because people are hydrophobia or acrophobia, they fear to use the size of the bridge between the road itself and then the rails. And so sometimes this also results in vehicular knockdowns of pedestrians. And so, yes, design, maybe that bridge is so old that new designs will take cognizance of some of these things and then do them to help. The last issue I want to talk about, Mr. Speaker, is also about our motorcycles using the motorway. It is so bad that these days we have to be shuffling between motorbikes and tricycles on the motorway. Meanwhile, according to Section 98 of the Road Traffic Act of 2004, Act 683, it says that no person shall ride a motorcycle or tricycle on a motorway. And the regulations 23 of that same road traffic regulations of 2012, LI 2180, also says that. But it's unfortunate that these days you see tricycle loaded with garbage using the motorway. Meanwhile, that is a high-speed highway. And so let us educate these people to understand that motorcycles cannot use the motorway. Sometimes if you try to educate them, they will ask you sarcastically, are you not buying fuel? Are we also not buying fuel? It is not the issue about who buys fuel into his vehicle or his motorbike, but it's about whether you are allowed to use or not to use. So I'm sure with these things, when we continue to educate people, people will come to understand what they can do and what they cannot do, so that we can save a lot of lives. On this note, I want to appreciate my colleague, Jerry, again for the statement ably made. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to have a bite on this statement. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honorable Member, is it Awowin? Swaman. Yes. Let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by my colleague, Jerry. Mr. Speaker, this statement has come in good faith. And as Member of Parliament, we have to take a critical look at this statement. This footpath, pedestrians are not using because they think they don't want to go to the extent of climbing something. But what I see is there are some places that are in need of these bridges, but they are not getting it. So what I want to bring on board is we should engage our security on the road when they see a pedestrian using the road instead of the footbridge. They have to deal with the person. In a way, we should all come together so that we can manage this issue. On the issue of traffic at times on the road, these are the same people who have been causing that traffic. Instead of them to use the pedestrian bridge, they will not be using it, but they want to use the road. On the issue of the La Paz issue that my brother Tafo mentioned. Sometimes when you are using a car by road and you see a pedestrian, instead of him to use the bridge, you want to get a shortcut by crossing the road. You have to wait, although the traffic may be on. I mean, the green light will come, but you have to wait for the pedestrian to cross before you can also pass. So I want to bring it to the House that we all have to take a critical look at that so that such a thing will be a thing of the past. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes.
It's me. He said, or him?
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been a very long road trying to catch your eye. And it looks like Mr. Speaker is either looking on the left or on the right, never in the middle. But I'm grateful and for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by...
Is it the first time you're speaking?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity, and then I want to associate myself with the statement made by my friend from Wejagbawe. Mr. Speaker, I want us to look at it this way. You say, do not cross the Mediterranean Sea. It's dangerous, but you will find people crossing it to find greener pastures. It's the same thing we must look at when we are talking about these footbridges. It's very easy for us to say, there's a footbridge. So why are you looking for a shortcut? The first thing we must ask ourselves, how many are the footbridges? How accessible are they? Human beings as we are, we will always find an easy way out. How are the bridges like? I am crossing over to Mr. Speaker. The bridge is standing far there. I'm looking at Mr. Speaker, and then there's a snake that's moving all around. And I'm asking myself, let's be honest with ourselves in this house. Sometimes you see the yellow light and you tell yourself, I can cross this yellow light quickly. Let me just cross before it's red. So that's the way we must see human beings. So as engineers too, when we are designing things, we must take the sociology, the psyche of the people into consideration. We must understand that these are human beings. There's no human being who would want to put his or her life at stake to cross a busy road. Mr. Speaker, having said all this, we need to look at the burden such a situation has on our health system. Between January and August of 2024, we had close to 14,000 road traffic accidents. If you look at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, 50% of the mortalities that were seen in the emergency unit were from road traffic accidents. 60%, sorry. Out of that 60%, 50% of those were pedestrians. So we are looking, the bedding, you can look at the cost that comes with keeping one patient in an ICU in a day. So all I'm saying is that, Mr. Speaker, let's look at the design of our footbridges. Let's educate the people. If we educate the people, we make the designs accessible, we make it better for the people, our people are going to use those footbridges. On this note, thank you for helping me clear my throat, and I'm hoping that more often you'll be looking towards this treaty. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. From which constituency?
Mr. Speaker, I'm from the constituency of your good friend, Honorable Hadi Tufero, Nanton. Thank you.
Nanton. Yes. Oh, very well. Very well. Good. Good. But you people, you just came in. Yes. So from him, I'll come to you. Yes, mention us out.
Mr. Speaker, permit me to commend my brother Jerry Shaib for bringing to the fore such an important matter. Mr. Speaker, considering the investment we make in the construction of footbridges, it therefore necessitates serious education so that there is no fatality resulting from refusal to use footbridges. And so, Mr. Speaker, whilst commending him and encouraging education, very respectfully, I want to commend the contractor, Seaman, who is constructing the road linking CPC in my constituency to Asante Newtown, downtown to be specific, and encourage him to expedite work on the construction of the bridge linking the two electoral areas. Mr. Speaker, whilst at it, I'm also very respectfully calling on the local government minister to pay attention to the Crowflow market, which has stalled very respectfully for many years. Because of the delay in the construction of Crowflow market, sometimes it becomes necessary for people to cross from Crowflow to Moro market. Mr. Speaker, that sometimes results in fatalities because there is no footbridge. And so, Mr. Speaker, because, Mr. Speaker, there's no footbridge. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is very necessary that the Crowflow market is completed. Mr. Speaker, as far back as 2004, when the contract was signed, the cost of construction was 15 million cedis. Mr. Speaker, the delay has resulted in the ballooning of the contract price. Mr. Speaker, it is going to be a serious, it's going to cause a lot of loss to the taxpayer. Mr. Speaker, I recognize the effort of my predecessor, Dr. Matthew Puku Prempeh, in pushing for the completion of the Crowflow market. Mr. Speaker, whilst commending him for the Crowflow market, I want to also commend him for the work that he did for the construction of the CPC road. So, Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, wherever Dr. Matthew Puku Prempeh is, Mr. Speaker, this afternoon I want to commend him and also invite the local government minister, very respectfully, to complete the construction of the Crowflow market. Mr. Speaker, this is my humble prayer, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for indulging me.
My brother wants to portray like the usual bed issue. Yes, the tree and the bed. Yes. Why are you raising? I'm not calling you. I'm not calling you. So, honorable member for Menchia South, the Crowflow market, 204, I was working at KMA, so I know the genesis of it. Incidentally, the deputy minority leader was then the mayor for Kumasi, and the market has been there up to now. It's been there up to now. Anyway, that is another topic. So let him come to my brother.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm most grateful for the opportunity to comment on the statement made by the Honorable Member Jerry Ahmed Shaib. Mr. Speaker, there is no gainsaying the fact that many Ghanaian lives have been lost through accidents caused particularly at footbridges when pedestrians, instead of using such footbridges, attempt to cross the road under the footbridges. Mr. Speaker, as a country, we have tried many things to stop them. First is the provision of the footbridge. Second is the promulgation of laws, the road traffic regulations, making it a criminal offense for anybody where a footbridge is provided to attempt to cross, with a punishment of at least 1 to 7 days imprisonment or a fine. Mr. Speaker, we have not, as a country, by any indication, demonstrated any seriousness at enforcing those laws. And so since I passed out as a lawyer, I've never heard that anybody has been prosecuted for not using a footbridge where it has been provided. So clearly, It has become one of those laws that we have made to put in the beautiful shelves where they are gathering dust, Mr. Speaker. I think the best way to resolve this is to use the engineering bit of it. I believe that the reason why most pedestrians find it difficult to use the footbridges is because of the height. Some also because of the effort they have to make to climb the footbridge. And so I want to propose, Mr. Speaker, that we place more emphasis on underpasses and tunnels. Mr. Speaker, if you go towards Kasua and you get to the Kasua overpass, you will see there's a tunnel crossing from one side to the old market. Nobody tells a pedestrian to use it, but invariably, almost everybody would use it because it is easier to access effortlessly. You don't need to climb anywhere to go there. And so, Mr. Speaker, as a country, not only should we be talking about pedestrians having a duty to save their own lives, we also have a duty to protect lives. And I want to urge the Roads Ministry that the engineers should endeavor, where it is possible, let us have the underpasses and the tunnels rather than the footbridge. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Constituency?
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member for Bongo.
Bongo. Oh, very well. Bongo. What are you holding? Once you are holding, the Yahudin call you. Yes, my brother. Okay, then I'll come back. I've already called you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to first of all thank my brother Shaibu Ahmed for such a wonderful statement and to also contribute to the statement he made. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I think the issue of footbridges and the effect it has on individuals are very paramount. Some of us who are from the rural communities, we come to the city and then we don't even know the importance of these footbridges. So I suggest that there should be more education to the people. It should not just be on the sign, the road sign alone. Because someone who doesn't have formal education is not going to be able to read and understand that this thing standing here, I'm supposed to cross it. So I think if we are able to educate our people on the radio and the TV, telling them that these are the number of footbridges we have and their possible locations, and in case you are using this road at this time, you do not have to use other means to cross. I think it's going to help to save lives. And again, I'll use this opportunity to make a point on roads that do not really have footbridges. For instance, you go to my constituency, Afano Southeast. The capital is Edujama. Edujama is located along the Kumasi-Sunyani Highway. And then after the road is constructed, there's no speed ramp. So you get up and one morning you hear that somebody was crossing the road and a car has knocked the person down. So whilst we talk about footbridges in the cities, I think that we should be concerned about the road ramps, the speed ramps along the highways. Because Edujama recently, when I went during the weekends, I realized that there was an accident involving a former DCE. He was knocked down because of the high speed that the drivers use on the road. My hometown, Abiswa, which happens to be along the main road as well, people keep complaining. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll plead with the House and with the Ministry of Roads to look at the speed ramps. You go and they'll tell you it's a highway, but lives are being lost every day. And I think that the lives of these individuals are more important than the speed at which these drivers are made to drive. So if we are going to consider the lives, then I think that we should look at the speed ramps so that the lives of these individuals can be saved. And I would like to use this opportunity again to thank my people, the good people of Afano Southeast, for electing me to represent them in Parliament. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The people of Sabronum.
Yes, the people of Sabronum.
Very well. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Member for Boso Freho.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I humbly seek your guidance, and I come at the back of Order 52. Mr. Speaker, this morning, there was a consequential order that was sought from the First Deputy Speaker that had to do with when the leadership in the front line is empty. Is anybody at all allowed to sit by the Speaker? And there was a guidance that was given. Yes. And I want to ask that if it has to do with only the First Deputy Speaker, because I'm seeing what is dangerous is that the two Cape Coast are sitting there, and it's very dangerous when you see two Cape Coast people sitting there. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask if it's allowed so that the consequential order can transcend from speaker to speaker according to. I'm just seeking your guidance, please. Respectfully.
Yes, Deputy Minority Leader. Before I even speak, you are up. So let's hear
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, just so you would appreciate that my friend here is testing the law, but I pray we respectfully leave my friend Honorable Raga, so just for the purposes of people not being around. I know he understands. He wants to test the law, but Mr. Speaker, please, let's proceed.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from what my honorable friend has just said, I will just leave it like that.
Well. Honorable members, I believe this morning the First Deputy Speaker at least explained when the seats are empty, obviously we cannot have the chamber running without the leadership side empty. So members can just fill in the gap, consider themselves as available leaders. So that one is allowed. Yes, but when we have a leader and we have another member sitting by him, I may construe that to mean that the member is coming to confer for certain information or to discuss certain matters, and that is also allowed. As it stands now, I wouldn't construe that to mean that he's coming to occupy the seat. Probably he's coming to discuss one or two matters, and afterwards he will leave back to his seat.
Mr. Speaker, rightly so.
Rightly so, yes. So I think you put this matter to a rest. When the seats are empty, members can fill in, and they will be considered as available leaders. But that doesn't also mean that if you want to discuss matters with your leader or if you cannot come forward to discuss with him. So I think we have to raise this matter. Yes, my friend, okay, let me take the two of you and you conclude yes. Is it you succeeded Dr. Augustine Teria?
Sure.
So I'm calling people who succeeded my friends. So you can take the floor now.
Mr. Speaker, I want to first seek your guidance on Order 93.5 before I proceed to comment on the statement. Order 93.5 reads that a member may comment on the statement for a period not exceeding 5 minutes, and the comment shall not provoke debate. Mr. Speaker, my question is, does this order apply to leadership?
or it's only for we, the backbenchers?
It's applied to every member of the House, including leadership.
So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the guidance. Our honorable minority leader, although he's not around, anytime he gets the opportunity.
Please, he's not around.
All right.
Normally,
Thank
my
you, Mr.
leadership, even though they are inclusive, at times we give them the leeway for one or two reasons.
Okay.
But the law is applicable to all of us.
All right.
So
Thank you,
please
Mr.
don't
Speaker.
relate yourself to a leader.
Okay.
Yes.
So back to the statement. Mr. Speaker, I want us to look at it in a different direction. All the comments so far, is good. But then, how often do we see people with meaningful jobs or income get involved in pedestrian accidents? I think the economic hardship that we have in this country, exactly, they want to do things fast all the time. Yes, what we normally say, papa. So if we really want to reduce these pedestrian accidents, I think we have to look at that angle. Exactly. We need to look at that angle to create meaningful jobs for our people. Because I don't think we've ever heard that a member of parliament or maybe a minister of state is ever involved in this kind of pedestrian accidents. Has it happened before?
Selling on.
So, the maker of the statement, Mr. Speaker, also mentioned that some are even comfortable selling on these, some of these footbridges. What is causing this? At the end of the day, whoever that is selling there wants to make, ends meet. So once, as leaders, we are able to create jobs, good ones, that is able to give our people good income, at the end of the day, I think we can reduce these accidents on our roads. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'll take the last person. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I am interested in the engineering and design aspect of our roads and bridges. Mr. Speaker, not to prolong my comment, I want to take you to Upper West Achim, where last 2 weeks we all saw a video of two little boys crossing a river from one community to the other on their way to school. And it doesn't mean that we don't have an existing bridge. There is. But the design is such that two major vehicles, or such as tipper trucks and other big earth-moving machines, cannot find it conveniently at the same time on that stretch of the road. And this is the reason why these little ones, in their own wisdom, thought it's wise and safer for them using the bush road by crossing the Ayensu River to school. And you see, this is a bridge that links two major or big cities such as Odan, Asamankesi, Akotia, Kedebodua, and others. Even though the government has taken keen interest in solving the problem, I think I've also started my own investigation, and it is revealing that the existing bridge will need expansion. The engineers are in the house. They will agree with me that a bridge that is 6 meters wide will not be okay for two major vehicles to use at the same time. And so I am just using the opportunity to appeal to the road minister, even though the 48th Engineering Regiment team, they were there to assess the situation. I am sure that if they will do something, it will still have to go through the supervision of the Ministry of Road and Highways. And so I would like to use the opportunity to appeal to the road minister that constructing a new pedestrian walk for the children to school will not be all that necessary, but I think if the existing bridge is given some facelift, it will solve the problem of children trying to cross the Ayensu River using the bush route. On this note, I would like to commend the maker of the statement. It has just come at the right time for me, and also to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all of you. Let me come to leader. No, he made the statement, so you can. My brother, can you put off your mic? Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would also like to thank the maker of the statement, Honorable Jerry, for a very good and important statement. Mr. Speaker, we have become a country with laws, but some of our citizens don't actually obey the law. We have some pedestrians who basically don't obey the laws of crossing road or using footbridges. And then we have drivers who also don't seem to either know the rules or just decide to flaunt the rules. Mr. Speaker, sadly, this results in unnecessary loss of life. People losing their life in circumstances that they shouldn't have, especially when you are just a pedestrian who lives in a town that is on two sides of the road and you have to cross to do your business on the other side. Mr. Speaker, the issue is not only about pedestrian footbridges, but also to do with zebra crossings, what we call zebra crossing. Mr. Speaker, sometimes people don't know when to cross, and sometimes cars don't know when to stop. I have on countless times seen vehicles standing right on top of the zebra crossing, and they are wondering why people are crossing. Mr. Speaker, a lot of education is needed in the usage of our roads. In terms of the footbridges that are poorly designed, as others have said, they are poorly designed, placed in wrong places as well. Mr. Speaker, and people, as my honorable friend said earlier on, people go for the easy option. They're thinking about, why do I have to go that far to cross a road or to use a footbridge when I can just cross here, and thinking that they are faster than the cars? And many of them, unfortunately, get involved in either being hit, being knocked down by the cars. Mr. Speaker, not only on the footbridges issue, but also to do with what you call speed ramps or humps. Mr. Speaker, because of the lack of either a footbridge or the footbridge being too far away, you have instances where a lot of issues have occurred on roads in terms of death, that the township take it upon themselves to build their own speed ramps. And these speed ramps are done to no measure. They are built the way they want to build it. They want it to be as high as, a car will not be able to climb, so they can get people to cross easily. And that itself causes a lot of accidents, especially in the night. When people are crossing roads that they don't know much about those roads, they will come at a full speed and realize that there is actually a wall, not a speed ramp. a world before them and get into all forms of accident. Mr. Speaker, we need to work on our design of these pedestrian footbridges and make sure that they are placed in where they should be. Mr. Speaker, these things should be done alongside the construction of some of these roads. Mr. Speaker, having a road before somebody afterthought decide that many years later they should put a footbridge or put a speed ramps does not help anyone. After many accidents have occurred on that particular road, or for the citizens or the community to take upon themselves to try and build their own speed ramps, which itself endangers a lot of lives, is also something that we need to fight against. The issue, Mr. Speaker, is not about laws. We have a lot of laws in this country, enforcement of laws. You have citizens, some citizens, who do not obey the law, and then you have the government who is governing the citizens itself not enforcing the law. So that creates a lawless kind of situation. And in a lawless situation, where things are not planned, accidents are things that you will get. And realize that we have unnecessary, preventable accidents on our roads that add to our road statistics. That is not good for us as a country. Mr. Speaker, I hope that by us, Parliament, talking about these things and having members raise this issue will create a kind of awareness that we need to be able to educate our people, the people responsible for road safety, to educate our citizens where some of these things mean. I mean, Mr. Speaker, you don't really have to be educated to drive on the road. You just need to understand road signs. You don't have to be uneducated to cross a road. You really need to know where you have to cross the road from, Mr. Speaker, and that kind of awareness is what we need, because we have people driving vehicles on our roads that have not been to school before, but are able to navigate their way around town and get back home safely. There are others who are educated, either impatient or they are always rushing somewhere before everyone else gets there, who sometimes don't even make it. So it is important that we are discussing this, and I hope it doesn't end here. I hope that it doesn't become some of the things that we talk about, and then eventually we live another year and then have to talk about the same things over and over, and nothing absolutely gets done. Mr. Speaker, I think this is a very important statement from the maker, and I congratulate him for bringing this important statement up, and I hope that something follows after this. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to thank you very much for this comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. We will bring statement time to a close. And let me thank all of you, the makers and contributors, for your contribution. I think we've all done well. We've contributed devoid of politics, and that's what we are all expecting. So leadership, I think you bring the curtains down.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I would like to move that we bring the curtains down.
I think it's 4:30. It means spend more than 5 hours.
Oh, well, then we are in your hands, Mr. Speaker.
So obviously you'll be in my hands. So once again, let me thank you. And tomorrow we are coming at 10. Leadership? 10, okay. I learned Speaker insists we come at 10. So,
yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think our attention has been drawn to the fact that tomorrow will be a lot of statements. So, we would like to, 10 o'clock should be.
Very well. So, honorable members, you accordingly adjourn the House to tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. 10 o'clock in the forenoon, the House stands adjourned.